Hello, very good afternoon. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series on the live lounge portal for the first of two double session days. Group C gets underway this afternoon. We've got some exciting debutants in action. We've got some proven winners in this building as well. It is bound to be an afternoon littered with great tungsten action. We're going to be watching it all in the company of prime time Matthew Waegemans. But before we look ahead to this afternoon, let's look back on yesterday where Group A stood for Andy Davidson.
Yeah, really good week, wasn't it, so far for Andy Davidson? We said at the very start the odds was completely wrong with him. He's a player that's been playing really well. He's a player that's been doing good things, not just here, but when he's been going out and playing. And he's not been playing for long, which makes him a really exciting prospect because he's finding success and he's starting to talk like a winner. He's starting to believe in himself a lot more as well. So the sky could be the limit for Andy Davidson, absolutely.
Well, that is the table. Andy Davidson won it from 2 points from Jim Long and Morena Mikkels in the end. They're going to be playing in Group C a little bit later on the scene. The bottom three in that picture you can see, Johnny Haines, Cedric, Waegemans and Conor Heneghan. They are all going to be in action this afternoon in Group C. And these are the players that are going to be joining them in action. Chaz Barstow, James Wardson and Derek Coulson will be in action tonight. Whilst in Group C, we're going to be seeing Darren Johnson return to the fold here at the Super Series. Tavis Dudeney makes his debut, as to the exciting young talent Sam Spivey. Let's talk about this afternoon. I want to begin by talking about Johnny Haines because actually of the 6 players in Group A, he had the highest overall running average of the 6. And actually an interesting stat for you, of the 16 points that he picked up in that group, 12 of them were against the players that were the bottom 2.
Interesting, especially going into today, which is probably why he's going to be the favourite to go on and win this group. He's a player that I've always been very keen on, and he's a player that's always been regarded as dangerous. Never really been regarded as a favourite, and I think that could change things a little bit because I'm sure very soon, if he doesn't already know, he's going to find out that he's favourite to win this group, and that's a position he's not normally been in. It brings its own different pressures, it brings its own different expectations, but Johnny Haines, 60 years old, been playing the game his whole life, he's been playing it very successfully as well. I don't think he's the sort of person that's going to worry too much about other people's opinions. He just wants to get through.
Darren Johnson returning to the Super Series this afternoon. He's going to be playing at Lakeside in a couple of weeks' time. He's really much looking forward to that particular experience. It's this week for him about fine-tuning the game as much as possible.
What a great week to draw for Darren Johnson. If you could choose, Darren Johnson would have picked this week to play. The reason being, he's got another week at the back end of this to sort of go off and just basically go into tick-over mode. He's going to get a lot of games in a short period of time. He's going to hope for a bit of success as well. This is the absolute dream draw for Darren Johnson in regards to making sure he's prepped and ready for Lakeside, but also could put himself in the mix for some big stuff here as well.
Conor Heneghan has had a week to forget so far, but how important could reset mentality be for him today?
So far, the key word there when we talk about Conor Heneghan, we know the success he's had here. Obviously, the eye draws to the 2-9 darters he's hit in this arena because of how big and sort of the only player to hit multiple. However, it's not been right. It's not that he's not been picking up results. It's he's not been right. The dart's always going to the left, pulling them low. The throw just not working for him. He's constantly looking at the hand, trying to work out what's going wrong with the grip. And he's asking himself questions. And ultimately, right now, he doesn't know the answers. So the more questions he asks himself, the further down this rabbit hole he's going to go. I'm not keen on Conor in this group.
Is there a danger he's trying too hard as well?
That's where he'll be now. He's got to go up there and just try and be natural, which is the hardest thing to do when you've had days like this. If he starts well in this group, it will continue to go well. However, if he starts bad, it will be, here we go again. It's more of the same. This just is not my week. The opening game is so key for Conor Heneghan.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookies think. Conor Heneghan is actually priced at 7-1 to go on and win this group. Johnny Haines off 7-4 favourite. And then it's the 2 debutants, Tavis Dudeney and Sam Spivey, 11-4 and 9-2 respectively. Just overall, what's your thoughts on the markets that the bookmakers have laid today?
It's always a tricky one when you've got 2 young debutants coming in here, but the odds compiler's giving them plenty of respect, and that's because of what they're doing in other arenas. These are 2 serious young players that I'm really excited to see and see how they handle the stage. One thing that looks very evident in them is when they're going up against those sort of players, the bigger players, they're giving us big performances, and they're going to get the opportunity to do it here in front of the cameras with good preparation and conditions. So I think they're actually going to step it up from what we've seen on the various tours, and their yearly averages suggest they're going to be competitive. And that's without that raising performance that I'm predicting we're going to see.
It's 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon. Our first game sees Conor Heneghan in action. He's going to start and close the show on this Thursday afternoon. He takes on Tavis Dudeney, making his debut here at the Super Series. A man who's been around the sport for many, many years. Him and his dad Dave have travelled the WDF circuit, well, seemingly since the beginning of time. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with him. Tavis, great to finally see you here at the Super Series. How much looking forward to the next couple of days?
Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. I think I put a lot of work into getting down here, and I think now I'm here. It's all the hard work's paid off. I think, so I'm looking forward to it.
Does it feel like a long time coming?
Yeah, definitely. I think I've as soon as I saw it when it first started, even during COVID, I've sort of set my sights on it, and I thought, I wanna be, on the cameras, and I wanna do that. So and now I'm here finally. So
your career's been all about steady progression. You're a really good youth player, becoming now a really good senior player. You won a development tour this year. Your progress has all been about doing things incrementally, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'll take everything step by step. I don't want to run before I can walk. And I think doing things how I've done it, and I think it's paid off.
In terms of this week, have you set any goals or expectations, or is it just a case of one game at a time?
Yeah, I'm just going to take every game as it comes, one by one, and if I lose a game, then so be it, and just think, right, that's done, and move on and carry on, kind of thing.
I wish you all the very best, Tavis. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Tavis's first assignment here, Conor Heneghan, who had a Group A to forget, picking up just 2 wins from his 15 games in that particular group. The Irishman who's looking to protect a perfect record in terms of qualifying here on a Saturday night. 8 appearances, 8 finals. For Tavis, a long-awaited debut. The 20-year-old from Brighton in Sussex, the Dude, making his debut appearance. A very smart nickname because it tells you how to pronounce his last name. Up against the 26-year-old Conor Heneghan from Roundfort in the Republic of Ireland. He's not even the most famous name in his own household because he found out yesterday that on the Wikipedia page for his hometown, his brother's one of their most famous sons. But he is the only player from that town to win on this stage. Paul Hinks, well, he doesn't need a Wikipedia page to tell us how famous he is. The man from Yorkshire who's refereed 4 World Championship finals in his career. We'll call it every single dart from this point onwards. Tavis Dudeney throws his first starts on the Super Series stage. A player that won't be overawed by the occasion because he's spent most of his life around big stages. His dad, Dave, a volunteer on the WDF circuit, so him and Tavis have travelled around competitions for many, many years. He's been in and around many big stages, including the likes of the Lakesides and World Masters, Isle of Man Cells, you name it. He's been there, so he'll know what the environment's about, but I suppose it's a bit different once you start throwing on there.
Yeah, exactly. And especially going up against someone with a bit of pedigree in Conor Heneghan, but also someone who's not been playing his normal darts this week, so maybe sensing a little bit of opportunity, but Conor Heneghan already showing signs that maybe he's going to turn the corner here and get back to the darts that we're used to. But the first thing that's drawn my attention here with Tavis is something that would irritate the life out of me, and that's that, well, not Conor Heneghan hitting the big scores, it's that bracelet. Look at that, up and down the arm. That would really irritate me, throwing there. It's very unusual that we get someone have any sort of jewellery like that.
It's very much split in opinion. A lot of people dislike, but those that like it really do like it. Conor would love this. He's had a week of woe so far, but he's kick-started Group C perfectly with a ton-plus checkout, and that will make him feel a damn sight better about himself.
Game on.
We're up and running beautifully.
12-dart break for Conor Heneghan. Welcome to the Super Series, Tavis.
100.
Nicknamed the Dude. That's not a first rodeo for that nickname. It was the original nickname of Darrell Gurney before transitioning into Super Chin.
100.
I've not spoken to Tavis about what football team he supports, but judging by the fact there's a seagull on the back of his shirt and he's wearing blue and white this afternoon, I've got a half suspicion that he's a Brighton and Hove Albion fan.
$91.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be getting any new career prospects as a detective on that one, Henry.
91.
Well, Heneghan here has got off to an incredible start. 12 darts in the first. He's left himself on a finish after 9 in the second. Broke the throw at Tavis in the first leg. Tavis is playing steady.
60. Conor car 170.
But the issue is when Conor's playing at this level, you've got to be more than that. He's got 6 darts from here to confirm the break for holding leg 2.
60. Conor car 110.
No trouble there. Means no finish possibility for Tavis, giving Conor Heneghan 6 darts if he needs them.
70.
He's going to need the quota, but he looks so much better within himself today. We spoke at the beginning of the programme about possible reset mentality for him. It looks like he has rested, recuperated, looks a different man today.
Conor car 40.
Hope starts to build for Tavis.
Game
And
shot
soon
second
gets
leg,
snatched
Conor
away.
Heneghan.
Big last start there for Conor Heneghan. Tavis prowling in the background, hoping for a chance to get his throw back.
To throw first. Game on.
But the best 2 visits of the game so far for Tavis, the 180 there and the 138, have came at situations and times where Conor Heneghan already looks like he's got the leg wrapped up. This better from Tavis, finding it at a important moment of the match. He's here on debut.
125.
That completely divides, doesn't it? We've seen people go up there quaking in the boots. We've seen people like Cam Crabtree go at 115.
41.
Tavis part of that score is averaging in excess of 90. He's scoring okay, but he's finding himself a visit behind in legs. Because for every one treble turn that Tavis is hitting, Conor is seemingly finding 2.
Conor Heneghan, who's been struggling to keep his darts straight this week, is averaging 105.
100.
It was interesting. We were having a chat this morning before we had a look at the bookies' odds, and we thought the odds compilers would keep faith with Conor. Well, they didn't,
46.
did they, at the beginning of the day? They had him at 7-1. And I know it's only 3 legs in, but there's already a night and day feel about the performance of this man.
It'll just feel better that he's keeping that first dart out the 5s,
82.
because that was setting him up for disaster in his Group A campaign.
Once again, just when Tavis may have felt like he's got a look in, he'll feel like he'll have to take the 138 out because of that 140 of Heneghan. Superb.
To win his first leg on the Super Series stage.
Well, that's how you do it. You do it with a bit of style. The 138 for Tavis Dudeney has marked his arrival here at the Super Series. He needed a supersized moment, and he's got exactly that. Well, this is brewing up to be quite the contest, isn't it?
And a new way as well there for me for the 138. We've got the Della with the traditional treble 20 as the first start.
97.
We've seen the Humphreys for the Grand Prix with the 19s, and we've now seen the Tavis.
I think what we learned straight away is if Tavis has got an opportunity to go for a double 18, he will.
He might not have a chance to go at any double in this leg. Conor Heneghan finding 5 big power trebles in his opening 6.
134.
Still averaging here in excess of 110.
54.
With a bit of an opening here. Tavis can find another one of those.
85. Conor Carr,
The way we're darting to
132.
5, meaning Conor Heneghan will get 6 starts here at the 132, means he doesn't have to go on the bullseye and gives him the luxury of time. He can afford that drift.
82. $75. Conor Carr,
For a
50.
3-1 lead. And to have full control of this contest.
Getting shot
Double
on the
top
fourth
goes
leg,
as a
Conor
14
Heneghan.
darter. And he's just looking so much better within himself, isn't he? There's a lot
Fifth leg, Tavis to
of
throw
mannerisms
first.
which
Game
looks
on.
far more positive now than it was yesterday. He's beginning to feel it.
If there's one consolation here for Tavis, he's playing to a
100.
level that is going to get opportunities. Just shy of a 93. He's going to have the throw in 2 of the 3 legs if we use them all. And Conor Heneghan hasn't tasted that winning
100.
feeling very much this week. He's played 15 games so far. Who knows what happens when you get to
99.
that finishing line. He's only crossed it twice
85.
in his Group A campaign.
And this is a player in Tavis that
81.
is a proven winner on tour. He won Dev Tour 23 in Wigan earlier on this year. Beat Jurgen van der Velde by 5 legs to 0 in that final. Was pretty steady throughout the course of the day. Everything was kind of mid to late 80s, and it was just more than enough for him to take home the title that day.
A slip there, coming off the 20 line,
41.
forced the treble, and now Conor Heneghan, an opportunity to get the job done. But that was a big wayward first start when that
81.
winning line is coming into sight. Can he cross it? 2 wins from 15 so far this week for Conor Heneghan, but he's 100 points away from getting a third.
140.
You may have to
Conor
take
Carr,
it out because
100.
Tavis is hot on his tail. He's left himself on tops. If this doesn't go, it'll be the 3rd ton plus checkout of the match. Another one of them. Wins it in style for Conor Heneghan, and he's off to a winning start in this Group C. If Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday were days to forget, Thursday looks a lot more promising for the Irishman. An average of 103.5, a couple of ton plus finishes. Everything about that performance will make Conor Heneghan feel so much better about himself. What a difference a day makes for Conor Heneghan. What a game we've seen. If Tavis plays to those numbers, he is going to have some success in this group. That is for sure. But it's Heneghan that picks up the first point to this Group C with a 4-1 success over Tavis Dudeney. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Darren Johnson take on Cedric Waegemans.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Gaza, Glenn, Darren. Shots, ornaments. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Jackal Waegemans. King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George! Game, shot, and...
Lunchtime darts with a real good start here at the Modus Super Series. Conor Heneghan averaging 103.48 in a 4-1 success against Tavis Dudeney, a game which saw 3 Tub Plus checkouts, 2 for Heneghan, actually bookending the game with Tub Plus checkouts. Next up for us, the 58-year-old Darren Johnson from Mexborough, 4 times a weekly finalist here, nicknamed DJ because his first name's Darren and his last name's Johnson, up against Cedric Waegemans, the debutant from Belgium, from Brussels. He finished 5th in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. The first couple of days played all right. Wednesday didn't quite go to plan for him. Actually goes into Group C of the lowest running average of the 6 players that played in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. For Darren,
First leg, Darren to throw
and he's
first.
a constant fixture pretty much here.
Game on.
His 8th appearance, qualified 4 times in the previous 7. But hasn't made any inroads when it's come to
81.
a Saturday evening here at the Super Series. But for him, this is excellent preparation ahead of a Lakeside campaign where his first
60.
assignment is against a player who's won in this building before, Reece Colley.
Tough draw, that. He's Colley been
50.
playing some very good darts recently, hasn't he? Picking up a couple of titles on the WGF Tour as well, which is how he got his position in there, winning the World Open over in Budapest.
81.
Got to be one of the picks of the round.
In order of that game, we'll take on Neil Duff in the second round of that competition on Tuesday
100.
evening. That'll be after you win in the second round on Tuesday afternoon, isn't it?
We'll see. We'll see how I'm going to playing the cards close to me chest.
61.
As for Cedric, he's already got Lakeside experience, played in that competition in 2015, lost out to Gary Robson. Did win his preliminary round match
140.
before going out to Big Robbo. But it's Johnson who's got off to the quicker start of the 2 here, leaving himself
95.
on a finish
Daniel
after
Carr,
12.
130.
And he's got 6 darts from here to hold his throw in the opening leg. Doesn't have to attack it. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye. And he has to glance over at the scoreboard and still decides to go for
105.
it.
60. Daniel Carr, 25.
Inviting
Game shot on the first leg, Darren Johnson.
and finding.
Johnson
Second
won
leg,
up with
Cedric to
what
throw
was a
first. Game on.
solid opening leg. It was interesting that earlier on this morning, the new players were invited onto the stage
50.
to practice just so we can get their camera angles correct and things like that. As soon as they departed the stage, Cedric decided
100.
to spend some time practicing on his own, just trying to fine-tune a few things. I just get the feeling that, yes, they may have knocked a bit of
41.
confidence out of him.
I'm not sure if it's just yesterday. It may be the first few days as well. It's not been overly successful for him in Group A.
100.
But just taking a look there at the barrels of Darren Johnson, a little bit different, aren't they? You see here a traditional dart barrel here, very straight in regards to Cedric Waegemans.
135.
Darren Johnson, you'll see towards the back end of the equipment there. See how it's thinner than at the front side of the barrel. That is a scalloped cut.
60.
That allows Darren Johnson to hold the dart in the same place every time and just on feel. That dart will be cut very similar to the grip of his
40.
hand and how he holds the dart. So it does change, obviously, the balance point, makes it a bit more front-loaded, which is why you're seeing it go in at a more upright angle. But it's always nice when you've got a dart that fits your hand like a glove.
$90. Darren 61.
Got to give you credit. You said first thing this morning you thought this was going to be a really good Group C, and it has been a case of so far so good. But Johnson there missing a big number.
21.
Giving himself a dart at
Cedric
top. It's
Carl,
allowed Cedric an
145.
opportunity to save throw, but it's a big opportunity at 145. An opportunity which isn't going to be grasped by the Belgian. And so
85.
Johnson
Darren
back for the break.
40.
Looking at tops.
$10. Cedric 60.
Opportunity there for Darren Johnson to make things easy on himself. Oh, he's caught the flight. He's got no finish
42.
on now. Darren Johnson
30.
returns. Straight for it. But no finish either for Darren Johnson.
22. Cedric
Edgy
18.
on the double in here at leg 2.
An opportunity said Cedric has to take
Game
it.
shot on the
Does.
second leg.
The
Cedric
double four
Waegemans.
goes, last dart in hand, and level we are at one apiece in a game which Darren
Looks like
Johnson
Darren to
should
go
be
first.
leading
Game
2-0.
$60.
Well, talk about unfortunate. I mean, now they've got to try and find the darts as well. They've gone all over the stage. Darren Johnson would have been hoping they stayed in the treble 20. Just the 60 points for Darren Johnson.
100.
It's not the stuff you want when you've got the darts, when you've got the throw, and when you're in the meat of the game.
56. $95. $96.
Does it feel like with Darren at the minute, his good stuff is still very, very good, but perhaps a little bit of consistency has just come and gone a little bit?
139.
That's the game all over, isn't it? That is the difference maker. Everyone can do it. It's
140.
who
Cedric
can do it
167.
more consistently. Who can do it on a regular basis, turn by turn. But this would be a biggie.
142.
The
Darren
line
Carl,
was perfect. The length
149.
wasn't quite there. But Johnson could pick his pocket. Well, this has been a strange game because Darren Johnson had
94.
opportunities to lead this match 2-0.
25.
1 from 8 on the doubles. Cedric, who looked like a passenger at points, has got 2 in his hand at double 8, now 1 at double 4 to take the lead
21.
himself, and now he's
Carl,
burnt an
55.
opportunity. Tops.
Game shot on
2-1
the third
Johnson.
leg. Darren Johnson. Fourth leg, Cedric to throw first. Game on.
Is Darren Johnson just trying to assert himself on the stage there? Yes, we've got our 10-second stop clock in between, so that might be the reason as to why this
140.
happened. But Darren Johnson there was pretty much down the oche and exited it at the same sort of position you'd approach.
180.
Well, he's definitely asserting his authority now.
58.
He's trying to stay quite tight, isn't he, to Waegemans here?
96.
Feels like one of those games where Darren knew that he should be 2-0 up. He was pulled back, but they managed to re-establish the lead. And from that point onwards, he's
39.
just trying to hammer it home and not give Cedric a second opening in this game. And he's threatening the break.
Oh, he's making it happen now, isn't he, Darren Johnson? A third maximum of the game. He's getting control. He's getting opportunities, but he's been here before.
100. Darren 45.
You don't feel he's going to make the same mistake twice. 45 after 9.
Getting
11 darter.
Darren Johnson.
Best leg of the day so far. A couple of maximums, a clean kill on the
Fifth leg, Darren
45.
first.
Johnson's 3-1
Game on.
up. And he's got the darts to seal a first win in his first game this week. It's our second game of the
96.
session. The only two players we haven't seen so far today is Johnny Haines, who came fourth in Group A, up against Sam Spivey, who's making his debut
100.
in this competition this afternoon.
$41. $82.
That's a really inviting dart there for Darren Johnson.
100.
We've already discussed that angle of entry, that upright. That's where he wants it, on the top wire. Cedric needs him between the wires.
125.
He's in trouble here. Cedric Waegemans, you feel?
60.
However, on the Johnson throw, he's got 6 darts from here to make it 3-2 and return this game to the darts.
53.
This is the chance Darren Johnson would have been hoping presents itself.
134.
He takes it well with a couple of big
141.
power trebles.
Well, that would have been some way to save the match, but Darren Johnson looking to win the contest, looking at 70 to
75.
wrap up a
Daniel Carr,
4-1
70.
success. During the middle of this match, there was a couple of problems with Darren Johnson, but to his credit, he's arrested it quite well, and he's looking at tops for the win.
50. Cedric 66.
That dart drags low. It gives Cedric one last chance to save this match. 21 remaining. Two eights to save this game.
50.
Clips the wire, and that could be the
Daniel
last
Carr,
dart
20.
he throws, because Darren Johnson returns with double 10 to wrap this match up. 2 5s now.
15.
But he
Cedric
has
Carr,
spurned
16.
4 opportunities to win this contest.
Getting shot on the 5th leg, Cedric Waegemans.
Well, Cedric
6
has
leg,
got 2
Cedric
legs
through
here.
first. Game on.
However, they have both been on the back of Darren Johnson mistakes. Missing another handful there, Darren Johnson. He knows he should be off the stage with the points in the bank, and who knows how important leg difference could be come the end of this group. It is only a 2-day group.
140.
And he's offering encouragement now to Cedric, who's taking the possibilities, taking the opportunities.
21% on the doubles. Darren Johnson 3 from 14 in this match. He's completely outscored Cedric, but is unable to finish him off.
45.
Well, that first dart's beautiful. Begging for a big score. It was almost
140.
begging for a max. But he'll take the 140.
Wonder if Reece Colley's tuning in today to check out his opposition
58.
for Lakeside. It's so close now, isn't it? Just 8 days away from starting. Begins next Friday.
$58.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Reece could be a dark horse in that tournament, playing some really good stuff, playing at a decent level. And he's playing more consistent now than I think I've seen him over the last few years. I think he could be a contender should there be one or two players that perhaps have a couple of mishaps. But he's going to have to do it the hard way. Darren in the first round, then the winner of that game plays Neil Duff in round 2, who will fancy himself for a second lakeside crown.
Well, the bottom half of the draw is
43.
stacked, I think. I think it's a very tough section. I think the bottom half's probably harder than the top quite significantly. All kicks off next Friday with Brian Roman.
67.
Love a bit of Brian Romaning.
140.
We'll see him at the lakeside. Takes on Conor Grudeveld. He's going to be at the Global Championship as well at the end of the year, is Brian. But Darren Johnson is looking at sealing this success to finally get the beating of Cedric Waegemans. It's a game he's dominated, if the truth be told, but he's been unable to finish off his Belgian opponent, and he's not going to get a match start here. Cedric must be feeling as if all of his Christmases are coming at once.
46.
Because every single leg of the scoring sense he's found himself behind, but he's being presented opportunities by Darren. He's going to get 2 in his hand at tops.
19.
But unable to find.
16.
And this should be the hammer blow.
No score. Cedric Carr 40.
Another opportunity come and gone for Darren Johnson. He just can't cross that line.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Cedric Waegemans.
And he's going to have to do it in that nervy last leg decider. He will have the advantage of throw.
Leg,
Darren Johnson
first.
right now will be going backwards in his mind, thinking of the missed opportunities. You kind of feel he needs it to start well in this leg.
85.
And to Cedric's credit, when he's been given opportunities, he has by and large taken them. He may have just had crumbs on the table, but he's fed off it. Darren Johnson's missed 7 darts to win this contest. 3 from 17 on the doubles.
96.
But admittedly, Cedric's had 12 and taken 3. He's only 25% on the doubles. But he's taken the chances when they've counted.
60.
No trebles here for Cedric Waegemans. Means that the ones that Darren Johnson is hitting are giving him a sizable lead now on the scoreboard. He's got the advantage of throw. He's got 200 points on the scoreboard. You feel he's going to get more opportunities. Can Darren Johnson finally cross the line? But 14
81.
missed darts at a double, just 17% on the checkout. You feel he may need the time that he is earning himself here in the scoring phase.
Well, there's a 9-point gap in terms
100.
of the averages in Darren's favour, which is indicative of the fact that Darren has always been a scoring visit in front of his opponent in this match. He's been in this position in each of the last 3 legs with a checkout to win the match. He's had 7 darts to win it. 65 remaining, and Cedric is on the fish. Surely you don't gamble in the last leg. Bull. To eventually
55.
win it. That's now 8
Cedric
match
Carr,
darts.
170.
And Cedric here is not going to win it with a big fish.
48. Darren Carr 25.
Darren Johnson's going to return for 2 more match darts. He's missed 8 to win this contest. But he's not going to pass any more opportunities by. Darren Johnson eventually crosses the finishing line. He made harder work of it than perhaps he should have against Cedric Waegemans. He dominated the scoring exchanges, but his inability to finish off the Belgian saw that game go all the way to a last leg decider. It looked like Cedric for a second could have pinched Darren's pocket right at the last. But it's Johnson that picks the 2 points up, a 4-3 win with an average of 82, and that's despite missing 16 darts at a double. Coming up after the break, it's Sam Spivey up against Johnny Haines.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not only.
he thinks it's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
We are getting the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That was a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Seven now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend of
No,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of them things he either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Joe!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darren Johnson got the better of Cedric Waegemans by 4 legs to 3, missing 16 darts at the double, but eventually crossing the line. The scoring stats are really good for DJ. 3 180s in there, and he's on the mark. That's the thing he'll care about more than anything else. Our third game sees Johnny Haines and Sam Spivey go toe-to-toe. Johnny had the highest running average of all the players that played in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. Up against Sam Spivey, who is on debut here at the Super Series, but comes here on debut with a glistening reputation. Really good numbers over the course of the year. There's got the scalper fellow commentator here, Scott Mitchell as well. A player who plays county darts too. He could be a live contender, and actually the bookmakers have taken note of what he can do as well, because on debut, he's ahead of both Darren Johnson and Conor Heneghan in terms of the betting. He was 9-2 third favourite going into this session. DJ at 5s and Hino at 7s. He's a player that could perhaps spring 1 or 2 surprises, could Sam.
First leg, Sam to throw first. Game on.
I think one of the things I'm really impressed with Sam when we was trawling through the archives and the numbers and the results was something you picked up on this morning,
125.
Henry, and the fact that Sam's got a good baseline of performance, but when he goes up against a name, when he goes up against a reputation,
60.
when he goes up against someone who's achieved something in this game, he actually gets better. And he's going to be up against some names and reputations, and
100.
also the opportunity that presents itself here. I think this is a guy who actually relishes opportunities rather than fears.
41.
Which is perhaps why the bookies have placed him as well as he has. In fact, his numbers over the last 12 months are really, really good. A running average of 84.72 for the season. 31% in terms of his doubling. If he can play like that here, he's going to give himself some joy.
96.
aged 28. So he's at that stage of his career where he probably will be thinking about taking the game more seriously and maybe looking at having
64.
a bit more tangible success in the sport. Left himself on 170. Take out this opening leg against Johnny Haines.
100. Samnikar 170.
Able to take the big fish out, but has got 6 from here to hold throw in the opening
100.
leg.
$60. Samnikar 70.
Tops of the opening leg.
50.
Not to be.
Johnny
Haines will
O'Carr,
return for
144.
144 to get the break of throw. He's unable to oblige, and so Spivey will get 3 more in his hand at double 10.
42. Samnikar 20.
Well, the scoring exchanges were really, really good.
No score. Johnny
But
O'Carr
it's just fallen
102.
apart a little bit towards the finishing line.
Sort of
62.
traditional
Samnikar
debut
20.
darts, really. This isn't it at the moment for Sam Spivey. Just settling into the stage, got a bit of a stage experience.
Getting shot in the first leg.
Not
Sam
massive
Spivey.
amounts. Been playing county, though, for a good few years for one of the
Second leg,
most
Johnny to do
hardest
first.
counties
Game
to
on.
ever get into in Yorkshire. A county that dominated county darts for, well,
140.
20 years or so, wasn't it? Really did unearth some gems of talent in that part of the UK. Currently playing in the A team,
59.
which at one point was just basically full of internationals and professionals.
Some would have argued that for a time, the Yorkshire A team was
59.
probably better than the England international side.
I think it was the England international side virtually, wasn't it?
It was interesting. I was having a chat with Paul Hinks, morning.
140.
who also calls for Yorkshire in his spare time. And he was talking to me about how good a player Sam
60.
is. He said he could be the one that could cause a real surprise this week.
Who'd be
123.
surprised, because the odds compilers have got him down as one of the favourites. They're already aware of the quality that Sam Spivey has and what he's capable of doing.
60.
And he's capable here of breaking the Johnny Haines throw. He's done so in the scoring stage, now just looking to set up.
$123.
Well, this is much more like it. The first leg was just acclimatising himself to the stage. We're learning a lot more about Sam here in leg 2. He's left himself on
95.
a single
Samnikar,
double combo
56.
after 12, and he's threatening the break of throw against Johnny Haines, who went off as the favourite with the bookies to go on and win this Group C.
36. Johnny O'Carr 87.
But the punk has an opportunity to level up. May just be a dart at the bull.
62. Samnikar
The line
20.
was okay. The length was just a bit too high.
Getting shot in the second leg. Sam
And
Spivey.
Spivey gets the break of Johnny Haines. He leads 2-0 in this contest.
Third leg. Sam through first. Game on. $125.
Works in a warehouse as the Monday to Friday job, does Sam Spivey.
95.
He's a forklift driver for a company that deal with dustpan and brushes. And he's looking to sweep Johnny Haines aside here.
100.
How long have you been waiting to say that one, Matt?
I've been waiting for it to go 2-0 up, and then I was like, oh, I'll get in here now. I'll cross it off my notepad.
100.
Qualified through the ADC Yorkshire and Humber rankings. And actually hit a 9 darter in a
45.
event won by Yorkshire Darts Promotions, works in conjunction with ADC in that region earlier on this year. That's the quality that he has, and actually had a decent year on the Challenge Tour as Haines hits the game's first max, and that was a dangerous max because if that didn't go in, he wouldn't have found himself on a finish.
140, John Lucar, 126.
We're starting downstairs on the 19s here, Johnny Haines. Treble would have left the ball. But instead,
98.
Sam
Lucar,
Spivey,
91.
a chance to put himself a leg away. Johnny Haines has really stepped it up in this leg. But he does not get a look in. Leg one, there was a few signs of nerves. They have soon been swept aside by Sam Spivey. He is showing a touch of quality here, averaging in the mid-80s and taking it to the group favourite.
Averaging 85. And I don't know whether you've seen this, Matt, but he seems to have this mannerism as he retracts the darts from the board. He's got his left hand, his throwing hand in his pocket, just leisurely walks back down the hockey, just as if he's playing up his local club.
Keep it warm, what we've been saying all along.
140.
Hand warmer, the best accessory in darts, this time of year especially.
But he may have Johnny Haines in his pocket in a few moments' time.
$60. $42. $140.
Well-crafted 140. Leads himself first to a finish. Forces Sam Spivey into a similar sort of turn.
$99. Johnny Lucar, 116.
Leads himself on a finish, but Johnny Haines here needs only one treble to give himself what would be only a second dart at a double in this contest. And that dart's at tops. And that would have been for 116 combo. That's actually his first dart at the outer ring because his only other dart at a double was at the bullseye in the previous leg. But he is going to come back for 3 more. A double 10 to reduce the gap back down to 3-1 and force Spivey to serve it out.
Johnny Lucar, 20. Game shot
No
on the
mistake.
fourth leg, Johnny Haines.
He's done the least he could have done from that particular scenario, forced the issue of his opponent.
Game on.
And so Sam Spivey here doing what he would have dreamt of in his sleep last night, at the board, throwing to win in his debut match.
140.
And that's what you want when you're in those situations, when you're a leg away. You want to open with a couple of trebles. First 2 darts, suck the pressure out of the situation.
60.
And that is just music to his ears. Advantage on the scoreboard, advantage in his hands.
25.
And that's where you can sometimes just feel a little bit frustrated when you've thrown good darts, you're just the wrong side of the wire, and you come up dry.
60.
Haines unable to capitalise.
$140.
Closing in on a win against Johnny Haines, the bookies' favourite to win this Group C. He was 7-4 with the odds compilers
100.
to grab the glory. But it looks like he might be tangled
125.
by the web of Spivey man here.
$95.
71
Summercar,
points away
71.
and 6 darts in his hand from a 4-1 win. And he's going to do everything today in his power to leave double 10, and that is why. What a start, what a debut here at the Super Series for Sam Spivey. He's announced his arrival on the stage of a 4-1 success against Johnny Haines. An average just under the 90 mark, a 14 darter to round it off. The doubling decent as well, 4 for 9. And this Yorkshireman, well, he is here to play, isn't he? Spivey 4, Haines 1, the final match from the first round of fixtures. Coming up after the break, it's Conor Heneghan up against Darren Johnson.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man. Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the picturesque Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's glistening on what is a freezing cold Thursday afternoon here in Portsmouth. The snow might be falling on the south coast, but the darting action is red hot. And before the break, we saw Sam Spivey mark his debut with a 4-1 win against Johnny Haines, averaging just a shade under 90. Decent doubling as well. In matter of fact, 2 of the 3 players who came into this Group A have gone into this Group C, have gone on to win their opening matches. Conor Heneghan, the only Group A combatant that has won so far today, put in the performance of the week so far, an average of 103.48 and a 4-1 success against Tavis Dudeney. Had a couple of ton plus checkouts en route.
First leg, Conor through first.
Opening 3 days to forget for the Irishman, but it looks like he's arrested that slide. Up against Darren Johnson, also picked up maximum points in his opening game against Cedric Waegemans, but had to work hard for those 2 points. As for Conor Heneghan, this looks night and day in comparison to what we saw yesterday.
And Tuesday and Monday. He has really struggled this week, but this just shows full credit, doesn't it, to the character, to the style, to the personality of Conor Heneghan. It would have been so easy for him to turn up today and just continue doing the same. We did say at the start, it felt like that first couple of games is going to be vital. And that first game went so well. Not just the performance of his week, the performance of the entire week of any player so far that was from Conor Heneghan. And he's kicking off here against Darren Johnson in the same vein. 5 big power trebles in the opening 6.
Yeah, that was the first ton plus average we've seen in this week 11, 103.48. And in this first leg,
134.
as
Conor
Matt
Carr,
rightly mentioned, doing something
126.
similar. Darren Johnson's nowhere to be seen. This is on the Heneghan throw. And
86.
because Darren wasn't on a finish, decided to set up, wasn't even contemplating the possibility of going for the bullseye. But tops after 12 to take out the opening leg.
140. Conor Carr, 40.
And this time there is pressure applied by DJ.
Getting shot in the first leg, Conor Heneghan.
That first start was perfect for Conor, just to nestle underneath, using the lie
Second leg, Darren
perfectly.
through first. Game on.
And that was perhaps something that in Group A, Conor wasn't able to do. There was too many darts that were too far away from one another, was unable to group anything. Darts going wayward, darts going wild. Everything that looked like was going wrong in Group A is just beginning to be clicked in
26.
the other direction for him. And I just wonder what the mindset is in that situation, particularly when you are playing at a tournament where you've had
58.
so much success in the past. Is it perhaps as much as anything a personal pride thing that you think about?
Well, like you say, he's had a lot of success
60.
here, hasn't he, Conor Heneghan? And with that in mind, it's very much the case to remember that the week is not over yet.
100.
How many times have we seen it before where we see a player really struggling in a Group A campaign and then get back into it come Thursday and start playing the best again?
100.
You go into the back end of Tuesday, you're certainly coming into the Wednesday when you know your fate, and you don't have that same level of intensity. As much as you want to get up there and win every single game, you don't
57.
have that level of urgency inside. You don't get that adrenaline boost that today he will be getting, because this is an opportunity once again for him to gain something, for him to
96.
qualify. And all he's got to do is be in the top two, and he is into another Saturday night.
Now, it'd extend his record of qualifying for a Saturday night in
134.
every single Super Series. He's 8 from 8 so far.
$40. Conor Carr, 152.
He's got 6 from here to break the throw of Darren Johnson, open up a 2-0 lead. Perfect for another to join. Unable to utilise perfectly, but what he is going to do is
96.
leave himself on a single to double combo upon his return, averaging just under 98 so far. He's backing up what was a really good first performance against Tavis Dudeney with
99.
something
Conor
really,
Carr,
really
56.
useful here.
For a breaker throw, the target has been relentless on today. He's going to have to switch to the double 10.
46. Darren Carr, 80.
Darren Johnson, whose doubles caused him troubles in the opening game. He's going to get a dart at a very blocked tops.
60.
Just below.
Conor Carr, 10.
He was 4 out of 20, Darren Johnson, in his previous match against Cedric Waegemans. And in fact, doubling was Conor Heneghan's strength in that match. He had a couple of ton toppers. He was 4 out of 7.
Getting
And
shot
he
in the second
eventually
leg, Conor
crosses the
Heneghan.
finishing line in leg 2 to get the break of Darren Johnson. He's in control
Third
of
leg,
this
Conor through
contest as the
first.
Irishman.
Game on.
And a carbon copy of the game before for Conor Heneghan. Big, strong first leg. And then last start in hand, finding the double
96.
to double the lead. To get that breaker throw. And you feel the way Conor's playing today, he's not going to relinquish it.
44. $81.
I remember speaking to
30.
Conor when he left the building yesterday. He came out the corridor just as I was stepping out of the commentary box. And he was
45.
saying, it doesn't matter, I've come through every single group here in the past. And he's already come through a Group C, although he did say it's the first time he's actually played in this time slot because his previous
60.
Group C here was back when we were playing at 9:30 on a Thursday and Friday morning. And goodness me, for the sake of our sleep patterns, we're grateful that that's not the case anymore. But he says he's got
87.
confidence to get himself out of whatever group he has to get out of.
$78. 125.
Just keeps finding when he's needing Conor Heneghan.
100. Conor Carr,
Key
67.
quality that's been lacking in his game throughout the week, but he looks forward, not backwards. We know he's going to try and leave tops, a target he's been so successful on.
Getting shot on the third leg, Conor Heneghan.
And he's just a leg away from
Fourth
a
leg,
start
Darren
to the
to go
day that,
first. Game on.
in terms of the fixtures, in terms of the head-to-head clashes, and in terms of what we're seeing for Conor Heneghan, you would have feared for. Instead, he's making it look easy.
Well, he's potentially a leg
100.
away from quite literally the nigh-on perfect start. If he wins this leg and breaks the Johnson throw, he'd be 2 games down, won 8 legs and conceded just 1.
100.
You mentioned this could be a group that's dictated by legs difference. Well, Conor Heneghan could get himself off to a real good start in more ways than one.
125.
If you're new to us here at the Super Series, this is a 6-player group where the top 2 qualify for a 6-player finals night field on Saturday evening.
55.
Andy Davidson won Group A yesterday afternoon. He's got a couple of days off, and then we'll see 3 from 5 make it through tonight's Group B, which sees Chaz Barstow, James
60.
Wilson, Derek Coulson, Morena McCulls and Jim Long all in action. That's from 10 o'clock tonight on the Super Series YouTube channel.
96.
And this week the players are played for the 11th spot out of 12 at Champions Week, which begins on Monday, December the 2nd. The Champions Night, December the 7th.
77.
Limited tickets still available for that. We'll tell you more details about how you can be here for that particular occasion in due course. Heneghan looking for a big visit here to put Darren Johnson towards the point of no return.
139.
Can just set it up here. Darren Johnson.
99.
Heneghan just
Conor
needs the
Carr,
one treble.
110.
And he'll get a match start.
Trouble 17 is the target he's looking at. But the target he was wayward on.
70.
Darren Johnson's had just
Conor
one
Carr,
dart
40.
at tops, and that was on the back of a combo to win a leg in this contest. He's got 3 more here, and this is to save it, because Heneghan's looking at that target. If he misses double 10
20. Conor Carr, 40.
for a 4-0 win. And to round off, it's been a comprehensive start to the day. Double 5.
Getting shot on the match, Conor Heneghan.
Well, this is Conor Heneghan at his sparkling best. The powers of recovery is strong in the Irishman. It was 103 average in the first game. Not quite to that standard there, but it's been polished enough from him. 2 wins and 2, and doing so by dropping just a solitary leg. 84.68 the average, 4 from 11 on the doubles. Conor Heneghan will be so pleased with that start. Coming up after the break, Johnny Haines takes on Tavis Dudeney, both players looking to get their first win on the board.
Right, let's start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is. From his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums earlier here.
180.
Well, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's lights, camera, action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Game 5 sees those two men in your picture looking for their first win. Tavis, Dudeney and Johnny Haines going toe-to-toe. Tavis played really well, average in excess of 92, took out a ton-plus checkout, but that was the only opportunity he got a double against Conor Heneghan, who averaged in excess of 103. Whilst for Johnny Haines, he was slow out the traps and was punished to the hilt by Sam Spivey, who beat him by 4 legs to 1. So both players looking for their first win before the break. Conor Heneghan made it 2 from 2, 4 points to his name, and dropping just a solitary leg in doing so. He beat Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 0. So he has already taken an early lead in the table because Johnson will remain on 2. One of these two will be on 2 points. Sam Spivey takes on Cedric Waegemans in the final game of the second round worth of fixtures. But for Tavis, I know he lost that game and he lost quite heavily to Conor Heneghan, but there must have been enough in terms of signs of encouragement in terms of the way that he performed in that contest.
92 average, 138 finish. There was plenty for him to be positive about. It's just how you process that now, isn't it? Does he see it as a positive? And ultimately, that's what you've got to do. You've got to build on those positives, build on those blocks rather than focusing and dwelling on the things that didn't happen. Because he's up there against a very, very experienced customer here in Johnny Haines, who is going to relish the
95.
flow of this match. One of the players, Johnny Haines, that has played on both of the iconic stages, played on the Ali Pali and has played
43. Johnny O'Carr,
on the Lakeside stage.
Yeah, Johnny Haines played at the Lakeside a couple of years ago, lost out to Brian Roman.
36.
Former winner of the Hampshire Open is Johnny Haines. Some famous names on that trophy. Paul Hogan, Scott Mitchell have won it in the past. Double 16 for 105 to take the opening leg. Johnny Haines is up and running. It might have been a slow start against Sam Spivey, but he's put that in reverse here.
It was a real key feature of his game, wasn't it, in his Group A campaign? Monday hit
55.
3 of those low ton combinations, 106, 101, 102. On Wednesday, hit another 3, 100, 114, and the highest one being a 123.
140.
But he had more tub plus checkouts than any other player in that Group A. 6 of them, as you mentioned, all told. The next highest was actually Conor Heneghan, who had 5 of them in total. 11 of the 20 ton plus checkouts in that Group A, just over 50%. I think came from players that are playing here in Group C this afternoon.
140.
As you mentioned earlier on, Johnny had the highest running average of any player in that Group A. 89.08 was his 3-dart average across 15
44.
games. 33% when it came to his finishing. But the issue Johnny had was games where players were throwing it back to him, because 12 of the 16 points that he picked up was against
83.
other players that are playing in this group. He only picked up 4 points against the top 3 in that Group A, which tends to suggest that when somebody's thrown something back at Johnny, he's not been able to be up to the task.
Well, here's a task that he may be up to, the 138 finish. We've already seen this today. That was by Tavis in his opening game. He could be getting it hit back against him.
Double 12. And that would have been for back-to-back tub plus checkouts there for Johnny Haines. So far today, Tavis Dudeney's been hit by 103.48 Conor Heneghan. And at this present moment in time,
42.
Johnny Haines is averaging 110.
12.
Welcome to the Super Series.
Game shot on the second leg, Johnny Haines.
30 darts for Johnny Haines to build a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
As for Tavis, he might be thinking, why is it always raining on him?
180.
That is a century of maximums for the week. Johnny Haines responsible for
140.
15 of them now. Hit 12 in Group A.
85.
And that's already his third maximum of today already.
And that's the danger here for Tavis, that you can just get that
78.
little bit of frustration seeking to the game, because he'll get to that point now where he feels like he's got to do more, got to produce more, because he ran into the only tumpless average of the week so
60.
far in the opening against Conor Heneghan. He may be doing it again here. Johnny Haines averaging pretty much the same as Heneghan. And then you just start to ask more, you start to demand more of yourself.
66.
When it doesn't come, that's where the frustration starts to creep its way in. Things start to get tighter.
128.
And you're playing a player here in Johnny Haines who plays with so much freedom that when he is playing well, he just makes the game look so easy.
He's got such a laid-back, laissez-faire attitude towards the game.
83. Johnny O'Carr, 48.
Which perhaps is one of his key strengths. His top sitting at times has been really good. But what about double 10?
Game shot on the
3-0
third leg, Johnny
Haines.
Haines.
3-15 darters for the man from Swindon has put him into a 3-0
Well,
lead,
Tavis
averaging
is the first,
100.2. And Tavis Dudeney here is in real danger of going 2 from 2 in the opposite direction.
59. $180.
And then he sees Johnny Haines firing his third max of the contest. He looks like at this present moment in time, Tavis, he's
63.
stuck in a bit of a Shredsville.
$100. $57. $100.
Time for Haines, leads himself on 1-2-1 after 9. Average 104.61. And with 6 darts now in his hand to complete a 4-0 rout.
58. Johnny
For
O'Carr,
Tavis, it's all about
121.
regrouping. He takes on Cedric Waegemans in his next game. But this match has been all about Johnny Haines, all about his excellence.
81.
And he has decided to split to then hit tops upon his return.
$84. Johnny
All
O'Carr,
about
40.
regrouping for Tavis Dudeney. Johnny Haines looks at tops to complete a 4-0 win. Double 10. And that would have been
20.
for 4 consecutive 15 dart legs.
Tavis, despite throwing first, despite throwing 15 darts, not down to a finish. Johnny Haines will be back. He's just got to hit and hope here. Try and leave it reasonable.
100. Johnny O'Carr, 20.
That last dart leads himself at a 2-darter. Is he going to get a look at it? No is the answer.
Johnny Haines.
Because Johnny Haines runs out a 4-0 winner against Tavis Dudeney. Really good performance. 3-15 darters put him into a 3-0 lead. Missed a couple of darts for another 5-visit leg. But Johnny Haines, who lost his first game 4-1, has won his second 4-0. And already there's big problems ahead for Tavis Dudeney. He's lost his first couple of matches. He's only picked up the solitary leg so far. But Johnny Haines running red hot. A 4-0 win. Coming up after the break, it's Cedric Waegemans up against Sam Spivey.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
This is where... Hang on, wow. Jordan Ginge! He won a bounce out there for Darren, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening encounter. Coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. What a shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180. Unfortunately, he did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their darts stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds tops for a breaker throw. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and darts for fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Johnny Haines got the better of Tavis Dudeney by 4-0. Centre stage in Game 6 is Cedric Waegemans and Sam Spivey. Sam on debut in this competition and got off to the perfect start. Got the better of Johnny Haines by 4-1. Real good performance. Average just underneath the 90 mark. 4 for 9 on his doubles. As for Cedric, well, he kind of got out of that match as much as he could against Darren Johnson, was outscored for large swathes of the contest, but was given glimmers and given opportunities by the Yorkshireman, which he was able to take to a large degree.
To throw first.
But from one man, from Yorkshire and Humber, to another. Sam Spivey, Yorkshire County player, and illustrating all of those qualities in his opening match. It's fair to say that if these two play to type from their first match, Sam should win quite comfortably.
There's been a significant market move as well this morning. Sam Spivey was trading at 8-13 to win this game on the evidence of what we saw from Sam Spivey in his opening game and the fact we've seen Cedric Waegemans continue in his vein in regards to picking up defeats. He's gone out 4 to 11, but he may be playing with 2 darts at this rate because he can't seem to get the flight in. He's going to have to do a bit of running repairs. This is where, as well, one of the good tips that people give is to always have a setup done, have a flight and have a stem combination made, because in this situation you can get nervous, you can feel the pressure of people watching, the rush of people trying to get you back to the board. You feel like you're holding things up and you can start shaking in the hands a little bit, which ultimately makes getting the flight in even harder. So it is a good tip just to have a couple, if you're using a foldable flight rather than the more modern day moulded system, having it set up, because you can then just find you feel a little bit rushed. You were certainly straight into the hockey and throwing the darts there, doesn't it? Because you're aware that you're holding your opponent up as well, and
43.
You don't want to be accused of those old schoolings.
$41.
And the other thing is, it can knock you off your stride and knock you off your rhythm, because you've been waiting to go, and then you do
29.
Flicker about it, don't you, in the back of your mind for a little while, potentially. Particularly if you don't get out the gate quickly.
$140.
Well, getting out the gate quickly is something Waegemans has not really been capable of the
77.
first couple of days. You do feel like his Group C campaign is going to hang on
100.
the early games. He's already lost once already, that just by a leg, going down 4-3 to Darren Johnson, but it felt more like he capitalised on opportunities and mistakes from Johnson rather than carving out his own.
60.
This could be an opportunity for Spivey. Another one of them would have given him a dart at tops, just underneath.
$85. Cedric 152.
That wayward dart could be damaging. He's going to come back to the board, but instead of just being single
46.
to double, he now
Samukar,
needs treble to
75.
double, or it's just going to be the one dart.
And that solitary dart is at double top,
35.
which is unable to
Cedric
get.
106.
We said that Cedric has been pinching opportunities all day.
70.
He nearly
Samukar,
nicked that
40.
leg with a 106, but this is for the break for Sam.
Getting shown the
He
first
pins
leg.
the
Sam
tops with a
Spivey.
plum. 1-0 leads with the break of throw in hand.
Second leg. Sam to through
Cedric
first.
having a good
Game on.
stare at the scoreboard there. We'll be looking at his scoring game, demanding more of himself. He's going to need to find a lot more around that treble if he's going to be competitive in this fixture, on the evidence of what we've seen so far
123.
from Sam Spivey, who is a player who's really using the ADC system at the moment to develop his game. Maybe a player who will be eyeing up
134.
that global championship in future years.
Well, he's the epitome of why the system is so successful. Plays locally.
180.
And with ADC tournaments being ran more locally, you get opportunities to work your way up the food chain. And eventually, if you're good enough, the further up you go, you get your opportunity
100.
here.
$41. $125. Samukar
He's let himself
157.
for the finish after 9 here with the darts.
$57. Cedric 142.
Set himself on a ton after 12. But what can Cedric make of this 1-4-2? He can't take it out. And so Spivey for 2-0 lead.
64. Samukar 100.
He's looking at this ton. He's going to get 2 at tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Perfectly pinned in the middle of the bed. Spivey's 2-0 up. And one thing it looks like we're seeing straight away in this Group C is two players really begin to dominate proceedings. We saw Conor Heneghan win his first 2 games by dropping a single leg. And if Sam Spivey can rattle on 2 on the spin, then he can do exactly the same.
Really impressive. It's okay putting the numbers in. It's okay getting the results like he's had recently.
140.
But when you come here, it's a different vibe. It's a different feeling. How are you going to settle the question marks raised? And, well, he's providing some very strong answers, isn't he, Sam Spivey? Very, very impressive.
92.5 the average, which is only going to go up as a consequence of his second max of the match.
Clinical and composed.
83.
Now his favourite for the double break of throw. He really is beginning to hit his stride now. We mentioned that as the occasions got bigger and as the opponents got bigger, the better he played. He tends to be somebody who rises to the occasion. When he's rising it to it and then some here, he's left himself on a single to double after 9, averaging in excess of a ton.
58. Samukar, 54.
And he's in absolute cruise control. Tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
11 darts at 3-0. If I'm right in saying that's his second 11 darter of the day.
Cedric Waegemans looks like a guy that if he could throw the towel in right now, it would be hitting Sam Spivey on the back of the head.
100. $84.
This game may not have long left. A third maximum for Sam Spivey, who is here on his debut day, looking very solid for back-to-back wins.
100.
And running at an average right now of 104.88. We was told about him. We was warned about the quality. And he is exposing every little bit of it up there on the stage.
Once again, leaving himself on a handy finish after 9 darts.
60.
Cedric Waegemans has been reduced to just 1 dart and a double on the back of a ton plus combo. And that was in the first leg of this contest. Spivey's got 6 to win the match from here.
45.
Tunley, Cedric got a finish, but from this point onwards, you feel like it's all about Sam. But he's had a couple of strayed and errant darts into the 5, but recovers brilliantly with dart 2 to give himself a match dart in his favourite double 10. And Sam Spivey is making the Super Series look super easy so far. On his debut day, he's rattled off 2 wins with a concession of just a solitary leg. And that match won in 60 darts. An average of 100.2 to get the better of Cedric Waegemans by 4 legs to 0. 3 maximums, 4 out of 6 on his doubles. He is a player to be reckoned with. Spivey beats Waegemans at the end of round 2 of our day. Conor Heneghan and Johnny Haines kickstarts round 3 on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. And have a look at that. Every single game in the second round of fixtures went 4-0. Sam Spivey, Johnny Haines and Conor Heneghan, all with comprehensive wins. Round 3 kicks off with a meeting between Conor Heneghan and Johnny Haines. These two went toe-to-toe in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. And perhaps unsurprisingly, Johnny Haines won all 3 of the meetings. In fact, across 3 matches against Conor Heneghan in Group A, Johnny Haines conceded just 2 legs. A 4-0, 4-1 and 4-1 success in Group A across the 3 matches between this particular pair. However, the form guide has been in a completely opposite direction, and Conor Heneghan has been a new man today. He's played 2 games, won 2 games, and dropped just a solitary leg so far. He put in the performance of the week, 103.48, and a 4-1 win against Tavis Dudeney, and backed it up with a 4-0 win against Darren Johnson in round 2. As for Johnny Haines, though, he did up it from game 1 to game 2, average just under 97 in a 4-0 win against Tavis Dudeney. If these two play to type as they have done already today, we could be in for a bit of a corker.
125.
So impressed with Conor Heneghan. He's been absolutely brilliant today. Something that maybe not many people would have predicted if they've been watching the action so far across week 11 of Series 9.
42.
It's a good time to come here to the Super Series, isn't it? When it's just a couple of weeks away from Champions Week. You win it now, you've got that week off, then straight back into the action.
87.
This is, if you could pick a week and say, right, that is the perfect one to do, you'd want this.
54.
Well, history tends to suggest that winners of series come towards the latter end of
100.
the action. The last series was won by Marvin van Velzen. He won week 10. The series before was actually the first time somebody in the first half of a series won. Andreas Harrison won week 5.
58.
Scott Taylor did the week 12 to week 13. Jim McEwen also winner in week 10. Littler won a week 8 and a week 10. Raymond Smith won a week 7 and
99.
Conan Whitehead won a week 8. In fact, nobody's ever won a week 11, but winners tend to come around this range in a series.
So according to that,
58.
we'd say David
Johnny
Davis is
O'Carr,
going to be the favourite.
134.
David Davis is going to win it.
$94. Conor O'Carr, 164.
Haines has left himself on top to a break of throw, and he is going to get a look at it.
86. Johnny O'Carr, 40.
For 1-0 lead.
$30.
3 darts
Conor
missed.
O'Carr, 78.
And this for Conor Heneghan would be for just a 3rd leg this week against Johnny Haines. And he's going to get 1 dart at top, so he has to shuffle across.
58.
But unable to find.
Johnny O'Carr, 10.
The additional split
Game
of
shown
2 double
first leg,
4
Johnny
works once
Haines.
again for Johnny Haines.
Second leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on. $99. $60.
Could end up being a real big cycle of fixtures, this one. Being a 2-day group means the jeopardy comes in a little
123.
bit quicker. Cedric Waegemans and Tavis Dudeney will be taking each other on in this cycle of fixtures. They've both lost their opening 2
100.
games, so that becomes a must-win for both, and only one of them can win that game. Sam Spivey and Conor Heneghan both enter the round on 100% records, but
99.
Spivey up against Darren Johnson, which will have a bit of local pride involved as well. Someone Spivey will be very well aware of.
100.
Conor Heneghan looking in A little bit of doubt here at the start of this game.
I was going to ask you about the psychology of this fixture because, yes, Conor's played really well, but he's played two players he hasn't come up
100.
against this week, where Johnny Haines has had Conor's number across 3 matches.
Yeah, it just feels like Conor's asking a little bit more of himself at the moment.
42.
And ultimately, he's finding a lot less.
6 darts for Haines for 2-0 lead. Tops.
Getting shot on the second
Well,
leg,
that
Johnny Haines.
is how you do it. 15 darter, 2-0 lead,
So they Conor
in
to the
control.
first. Game on.
And it feels like Conor Heneghan is reverting back to Group A type here.
93. $60. $96. $66.
66 is always one of those scores that divide how you feel about it. If you hit the 1, the 5 and the treble 20 with the last dart, you think, got away with that one,
100.
that's a good score. You hit the treble 20 first and you come away with 66. You are very, very frustrated.
60.
And Conor Heneghan is just beginning to build a route back into this match. It's been a bit of an off leg for Haines, although this is on the Heneghan darts.
80.
Kept himself on a finish after 12. And he's going to get time to
57.
get
Conor
what will be just a 3rd
132.
leg of the week against Johnny Haines. I don't think he's going to try the bull double 16 bull trick again before too long that he did on this particular finish earlier on this week.
89.
But what he has done is left himself on a single to double.
That bull double 16 bull was at a time when frustration was really starting to boil over for Conor Heneghan. But that shot there for Johnny Haines, it says Conor Heneghan no, he's not going to have everything his own way here. An adjustment needed.
Getting shot on the 3rd leg,
Adjustment
Conor
found.
Heneghan.
That would go to 2-1, but that was only a holder throw for
Although
Conor. He
Johnny
has
does
to find a
reverse,
break
game
at
on.
some point in this match, having already been broken by the punk, for whom I imagine's had an extra couple of hours in
140.
bed. He's been commuting down via the train this week from Swindon to Portsmouth. There's been some very early mornings.
93.
I suppose anything possible to sleep in your own bed at night. Gary
100.
Anderson famously did that, didn't he, at Minehead?
Yeah, not too far from him, and same for Ryan Searle as well. Not a far commute to the Players' Championship finals and the UK Open, so he'll be doing the same this coming weekend, backwards and forwards.
83.
That levels up the 180 count. One apiece in the maximums. Johnny Haines has hit 5 already in this
58.
group.
Although Glenn Durrant reliably informed me that towards the end of his career, he actually didn't need a hotel whilst playing at a tournament.
60. Conor O'Carr 170.
Big fish for Hino. Does not go. And so Haines looking to re-establish his 2-leg gap and his 2-leg lead
Conor
in this
O'Carr
game.
118.
Looking at 118. He's already taken out a 105 today. But he's not going to add another ton plus checkout
58.
to the
Conor
mix.
O'Carr 85.
Two at tops. Double 10 to turn this game around.
75. Johnny
He's
O'Carr
2-0 down
60.
and has missed 2 darts to level up at 2 apiece. And Haines can step in again to lead by 2 again. He's got 2 at tops.
20. Conor
But
10.
an inability to fire home has allowed Heneghan an opportunity to get back level and get that breaker further he needs at some point in this contest. Double 2.
6.
Does not go.
Johnny O'Carr 40.
Haines gets a reprieve and makes
Ace
use
on
of
the
it.
4th leg. Johnny
He leads
Haines.
3-1 and Heneghan has it all to do from here.
5th leg. Conor to throw first. Game on.
One more leg for Johnny Haines to get his second victory of this group and move himself
85.
onto 4 points alongside Conor Heneghan, which would be an ideal situation for debutant Sam Spivey then at the top of the table, coming up next against Darren Johnson.
140.
That could be a situation where he could cash in and start to get a little bit of breathing room in regards to those qualification places.
140. 100.
Haines looking to do his utmost best to stave off Heneghan. He should have been level at 2-2. He had the opportunity to do so. 1 from 7 on the doubles is Conor. Great last dart.
140.
Leaves himself on a finish where 1 treble, give himself at least a dart at the ball. But this to save the match for Heneghan. 2 of them, leaves himself tops.
116. Johnny O'Carr 121.
For the win. Bull. Just
96.
above. It wasn't far away. It was a decent
Conor O'Carr
dart.
20.
Both players making a good attempt now at big ton plus finishes. This one a lot more easier for Conor Heneghan, but the context makes it tricky. Certainly now.
No score.
A
Johnny
drift
O'Carr,
to the
25.
left-hand side. That's been the story of his week. Double 4 for Haines for a 4-1 win.
21.
But that
Conor O'Carr 20.
is now 3 match darts that have come and gone for the man from Swindon. But Heneghan is 1 from 12 on the outer ring. Make that 2 from 13.
Conor Heneghan.
He's still in the contest, but Johnny Haines has the darts to win it here.
6 leg Johnny to throw first. Game on. $85.
How much chalk has he now put on those darts, Johnny Haines?
140.
Really has chalked them up, which may be indicative of the fact that maybe he's just not quite feeling the grip on them.
There isn't
43.
a lot of grip on the Johnny Haines barrels, is it? It's very, very smooth. And ultimately, when you're doing that, you need a little bit of heat in there as well. You've got full purchase on the dart.
91. 100.
Conor got a good chance here to break the throw of Johnny Haines and get this back on serve.
87.
I feel like a little opening slip there for Conor. Particularly now. Suddenly this leg has a completely different complexion to it because Haines has left himself on a 2-darter. Heneghan not on a finish. All he can do is set up and hope.
95. Johnny O'Carr 96.
Both players on 2 darters after 12. For Haines' first poke for the match. Treble 17 for tops. Not to be. Heneghan may just get a dart at the bull. But he has
36.
got an
Conor O'Carr,
opportunity to
88.
save this contest. Single 18. Would have given him a dart at the ball, but the treble gives him one at double 7.
74.
But any
Johnny
which
O'Carr,
way,
60.
he doesn't find, and Haines is back for what would be his second win of the day. He lost out in his opener to Sam Spivey,
40.
And he's had
Conor
2
O'Carr,
chances there
14.
on top of the previous 3 he's had to make it 2 wins since.
Game shot on the 6th.
Well, he
Conor
struggled to get
Heneghan.
over the line, Johnny Haines. It's going to be a struggle from here. Conor Heneghan, the breaker throw, now has the advantage of throwing
Semi-final leg,
first.
Conor did through first.
In the deciding leg.
Game on.
This is where you really want that opening dart to hit the treble 20 and suck the tension out of the moment. Does exactly that. This now bonus for Conor Heneghan. Minimum requirement done.
100.
And let's not forget the context that this has to the group as well, because if Heneghan can win this leg, he'd be on 6 points. He'd open up a 4-point gap on Johnny Haines.
85.
In 3rd position in the table. He'd be 3 wins from 3 at that point. But if Johnny can win this leg, the top 3 players will be on 4 points respectively. And in fact, if Darren Johnson was then to beat Sam Spivey, it'd be a situation where 4 players would be tied on points and Cedric and Tavis would yet to get off the mark.
140.
Looking in the numbers there, a straight ton for Conor Heneghan enough, but because Johnny Haines has strayed into the 5s, he's going to need 2 trebles. Heneghan only needing the 1. And that is just the difference with staying straight, and when you lose that line.
55. Conor O'Carr,
6 starts here for
170.
Conor. For what would be at the midpoint of this game, a very unlikely win.
3-1 behind, and he's had to survive 5 match starts from Johnny Haines, who, if he loses this game, will know he's let it slip from his grasp. And a little look over to the scoreboard just to see what he had left. But he'll now see Conor Heneghan left on 71. And given an opportunity to win this match, he trailed 3-1. He survived 5 match starts.
41.
He's had one of his own, and he couldn't find.
Haines looking for more match darts. Well, he tried to go for the 25 and bull to guarantee himself 1 dart of the double, and now he needs the treble. He doesn't find it, and Heneghan, a handful of darts here.
54.
For an unlikely
Conor
win.
O'Carr, 30.
Well, this is a game that has slipped away from Johnny Haines, but credit goes where credit's due. Conor Heneghan has fought back tremendously. But this will be the best start he's thrown all match if he can find the double 15 from there.
No score.
It was on target.
Johnny O'Carr, 27.
But the wall that was in the way by dart 1 saw it come in and come out. Just about in the 7. But no mistake about that double 10. Johnny Haines eventually crosses the finishing line against Conor Heneghan. A real frustrated figure. He trailed 3-1 and then had an opportunity to win the game himself. He'd let that slip, and a possibility of opening up a 4-point gap from Johnny Haines has slipped. It now means that the top 3 players are all on 4 points, and if Darren Johnson can beat Sam Spivey after the break, the top 4 will all be level on points.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. 26 180s in total last night, I think. I get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later, because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9-darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny O'Carr,
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it.
He's done it.
Shot of the match.
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan, defeating Diving Bird at 6-5 as
59.
Heneghan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one won in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heneghan.
Conor Heneghan
winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series where Sam Spivey, he's about to hit a max. He's about to hit a max. Ah, boring. Anyway, that was a little bit of fun before our next game. Before the break, we saw Johnny Haines get the better of Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 3, averaging 85.84. 4 from 14 on his doubles. Heneghan trailed 3-1, had an opportunity to win it, was unable to do so. It would have put him on to 6 points in the group. And so there's a possibility here that either Sam Spivey takes full control of proceedings of a win here. He'd move on to 6 points. Actually, that defeat for Conor Heneghan has actually meant that Sam goes to the top of the table. He would be 2 points clear if he wins this game, no matter what at the final strands of the third round. But if Darren Johnson can taste success here,
First leg, Darren
top 4 players
first.
will all be on 4 points, and they would not be able to be separated. These two know each other tremendously well. Yorkshire County teammates. So these two will know each other's games inside and out, which... Can that be a help or can that be a hindrance, Matt Edgar?
40.
It depends what side of the fence you sit on, really. In regards to their Super League, they're both playing in the Premier Division in Yorkshire. Sam Spivey,
140.
top of the averages at the moment. Despite the fact he's only won 2 of the 4 games he's played.
140.
86.59 the average for Sam Spivey. Darren Johnson sat in position 12, winning both of his games so far this year, averaging 78.94.
140. $100.
Well, so far, it looks so settled for this pair. I say Sam Spivey then shanks one into the single 5. But then recovers well to leave himself on a 2-darter after 9.
$91. Samnukar 96.
Well, 11 darters have been in the arsenal for Sam Spivey today. It's not going to be the case here. I was looking for a double-double to take a 1-0 lead against the throw. Johnson is going to get a poke at this 130, but he may have to take it out to save his throw.
Unable to find
Samnukar 40.
Spivey after just 12 darts.
Getting shown the
Breaks
first
the
leg,
throw in
Sam
13.
Spivey.
Solid leg again there from Sam Spivey, who's been excellent in
Sam to
every
throw
department
first.
so far today. Just shy of a 90 average in his opening game. He had 100 average in his second. 4 from 9, 4 from 16. He's 8 successful from 15. If we're going to include the leg he's just done as well, that's 16 darts at a double
59.
to win 9 legs. This is mightily impressive. And I'm not just saying mightily impressive for a player here on debut. This is mightily impressive, full stop.
125.
Ignore the fact it's a debutant. This is a solid, solid performance.
Well, everything that we saw this morning that was relevant, guys, pointed in a good direction for Sam Spivey. And it is correlating here. And we shouldn't ignore his Challenge Tour season where he finished around mid-table in terms of the order of merit. But these are some of the players that over the course of a 24-event season he finished in front of in that particular order of merit.
One of them,
Devon
40.
Peterson, Tommy Morris, who we've seen here have success in the past. Ron Moulenkamp, Nico Springer, who's on a tour card for next year. Fallon Sherrick,
40.
Brian Roman, Thomas Banks and Robert Thornton, just to name a few players that he has had a better campaign this year than at the Challenge Tour.
One of them, 40.
There's joint in prize money as well with players who's had a lot of success here, like Mike Warburton. And just behind Adam Lipscomb, who we're going to see here in a couple of weeks' time in the Global Championships. He's also going to be in the Influencers
60.
event, I believe.
There's only a couple of £100 off for Tom Sykes, fellow countyman, who tread a similar path to Sam around about this time last year. Played well on debut, didn't qualify through the first time. He won 54. A belt in a superb match against Chris Quadsop. Came back for a second appearance, and since then we haven't been able to get rid of Sykesy. Johnson setting his sights on a level game. He's going to get a dart at 8 to do exactly that.
80.
Can't find, and he could be in trouble. He could be 2-0 down. If Spivey can find tops or double 10.
38.
First time really we've seen a blot on that combo.
No score.
Well, at the minute, Darren Johnson cannot buy a double. So Spivey looks up at double 5. To double his lead.
On the second leg, Sam Spivey. Third leg,
Darren Johnson today.
Game on.
Has missed 24 darts at a double in 2.5 matches.
Well, that's going to have to improve and improve quickly, or Darren Johnson's going to come away from that battle at the top of the table.
$60.
You feel there's a lot of importance as well on the next game, isn't there? Tavis, Dudeney and Cedric Waegemans, because this is the round of fixtures really where 100. The table starts to come into play. It's starting to shape a little bit after 3 laps.
What's caught your eye the most with Sam so far?
140.
I wouldn't say there's one characteristic that's caught my eye. I'd say it's a collection. It's a collective of everything.
100.
It's the finishing. It's the composure. It's the lack of treble-less visits. He's got the big moments, the big scores, and he's gelling them together well.
Can Johnson gel 3 perfect scores to get with the bullseye for the 164? He could have finished his dinner for a long time, and now Darren Johnson has fired home a 164 to keep himself in the contest and to keep Sam Spivey thinking. If the truth be told, Matt, that's come from nowhere.
He's always capable, isn't he, Darren Johnson? He's been around a long time, spent some time on the PDC Pro Tour, has been on the WDF circuit where he's probably had more success on the WDF circuit than he did on the PDC, and he's certainly had some success as well on the Seniors Tour. Played at the Circus Tavern in the World Championships, got a game with Phil the Power Taylor on that iconic stage, where he actually took on the Power, wearing a very iconic shirt. Darren Johnson sporting the colours of Dennis Priestley, playing the game in the red and black.
Well, both players hail from Mexborough. Dennis, one of their most famous sons, the twice world champion, first ever PDC world champion back in 1994, beating the Power at the Circus Tavern. Well, suddenly this game has changed because Sam Spivey at 2-0 looked so comfortable. He was then hit by the 164, and Johnson has upped it from that point onwards. He's threatening the break back, and he's threatening a level game. It was the 164 on the last leg. It could be the 109 here.
77.
So it's not a case of
Samukar,
gone for the
106.
DJ. But Spivey could hit back with a ton topper of his own. Tops of the 106.
66. Darren, your car, 32.
Not to be, and so for a level game. Double 8.
16.
Well, that was a difficult dart because the first 2 are in the way, particularly dart 1. So open up the door for Spivey, and he takes full advantage. Tops goes, he leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, Darren to throw first. Game on. $140.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it, how many times has this fixture been played?
60.
In the local competitions, in the Super Leagues, in the leagues up in Yorkshire. Because you can imagine that these will be 2 players that will be
56.
reaching the latter ends of those local competitions.
It's probably one of those where they probably won't remember how many times they've played each other. They may not know the full head-to-head record, but they will both know
99.
by and large who's got the better of the other more often than not.
$95.
And it has been a quality contest. Johnson averaging 96, despite missing 8 darts at a double. Sam Spivey, 93.42, his average.
98.
Been a real enjoyable watch thus far.
$100. $100. Down on your car, 110.
Bring it back to 3-2. Treble 18. Would have left the subsequent double.
54.
So much opportunity here for Sam Spivey, but this would take a real touch of quality. And we know he's got it. He's got the class.
120. Down on your car, 56.
He hasn't quite got maximum points just yet. He may have to wait a leg longer because Johnson wants tops.
Game
and
shot
gets
fifth
tops
leg,
first
Darren
time of
Johnson.
asking. He's forced Sam Spivey to take this leg out.
6 leg Sam to throw first. Game
for
on.
the match.
$60.
The fundamentals of Sam's throw just allows for consistency, doesn't it?
He's one of those players that are
58.
fully subscribed to the world of repetition. Just a little twist and
100.
rotation you see there in the wrist that can just lead to a little bit of inconsistency at times, but sort of that deacceleration in the backswing certainly
82.
allows time for the correction. It's got to make sure though it all comes through with speed and acceleration, and look how quick and much snap is in that arm.
180.
And he's now snapping at the ankles of Darren Johnson and on the cusp of a 3rd consecutive win, which would put him too clear at the top of this Group
81.
C table.
Sam car 161.
And that's regardless at the end of the 3rd round of fixtures. Treble 17. Does he?
131.
The line was okay, but the length was way off.
Well, speaking of way off, that's where Darren Johnson is at the moment in regards to this leg, and Spivey's got 6 darts if he wants them.
60.
If he needs
Sam
them.
car 30.
Doesn't even have to go straight for the double 15 if he does one. He could split for his favourite 10 double 10, but it is the next door neighbour, and that's a happy accident. Oh, good luck. Oh, what a
Game shot on the
dart!
mat, Sam
Smack
Spivey.
bang in the middle. How's he found that? Sam Spivey has saved his best start of that game for last. And he is 3 wins and 3. And you can see the relief on his face as he beats his fellow Yorkshireman, Darren Johnson, by 4 legs to 2. An incredible contest, Spivey averaging just a shade under 96. 4 from 11 on the doubles. Darren Johnson asked questions throughout. That 164 kept him in the contest. It was a game that could have gone all the way, but Johnson unable to really find anything in the 6th. Coming up after the break is the bottom 2 going toe-to-toe as Tavis Dudeney takes on Cedric Waegemans. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're seeing a super start for Sam Spivey here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He got the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 2 before the break, averaging just a shade under 96, 4 from 11 on his doubles. And he is top of the league, 6 points to his name. But we head from the top to the bottom of the table now, where Tavis Dudeney and Cedric Waegemans are both vying for their first successes on the Super Series stage. Tavis on debut. Decent first performance against Conor Heneghan. In fact, so far today, he's been hit with averages of 103 and 96. Welcome to the big time, Tav.
He'll fancy his chances here, though. I'm sure he's been tuned in watching the first 3 days of action, and he'd have looked at Cedric Waegemans and thought, there's a chance here for me to pick up a victory. Certainly on the evidence of today, but with that brings its own pressures as well. With the opportunity,
138.
what you end up doing is you end up noting everything that your opponent does well, because that's a strong start that there from Cedric Waegemans, who
97
would be excused for feeling maybe the same, feeling this is a bit of an opportunity here to get some points on the board.
140.
Well, it's a confident enough start to this game for Cedric against the throw. Something we have seen Tavis do once or twice a day is pull a few darts low. blowing his hand at the back of the stage. He's obviously
43.
feeling the chill. The temperature here is really cold in Porto. It was actually snowing first thing this morning. Temperatures reaching as low as 1 degree Celsius here.
59.
In matter of fact, current conditions now 4 degrees Celsius, but the temperature feels like 0 degrees Celsius in Portsmouth. It is a nippy day.
Does it affect the release? If you're a little bit cold, you expect to see the dart go low. You expect to see it nosedive a little bit.
94. Cedric 80.
He doesn't have full control over his equipment at the moment, does he? Going in at different angles here for Tavis.
Getting shot on the first leg, Cedric Waegemans.
Hit hard again.
Second leg, Cedric to throw first. Game on.
And is that mainly because the body's cold, and so as a result, it's not kind of, particularly with an action like Tavis, it's just not releasing as you'd expect if you're not as fluently?
Well, you think the
100.
The blood, the feeling will come away from the extremities, which will be essentially the fingertips, the fingers, where if you look at where the dart is set in the hand, it is very at
58.
the end of the fingertips for Tavis Dudeney. And not only that, he's also ran into a couple of big performances as well, so the head probably
45.
is telling him he needs a bit more. And then Cedric Waegemans comes out and starts off like the other players have played against him. It's all just not looking good at the moment for Tavis Dudeney.
39.
He's needing a bit of inspiration. And hear me out when I tell this story, Matt. But he does have an inspirational piece
81.
of hair gel. Now, Tavis's partner is a hairdresser, barber by trade, and she went out to Portugal to do some work experience. And in the hairdressers
62.
or the barbers, there was a men's hair gel which was called Modus. She took it back home in the suitcase, gave it to Tavis, and said, "One day you'll play
100.
on that stage." And that piece of hair gel is a little bit of motivation for Tavis.
I mean, he does look like a guy who needs plenty of hair gel, doesn't he?
100.
Told it's,
122.
It was a bit of a motivational memento for Tavis.
Got a feeling he's got plenty of the gel left.
66.
Waegemans
Cedric
here.
53.
Averaging 98 in this contest. He's threatening a 2-0 lead if he can find tops. Now double 10.
43.
It can get very messy on double 5. Tavis a long way off the performances we know that he's capable of.
60. Cedric 10.
And he's starting to just cut the figure of frustration.
Getting shot on the second leg, Cedric Waegemans. Third leg, Tavis to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is just the fillet that Cedric Waegemans needs. 2-0 to the good. Averaging
93.
86. And it's probably the first time this week where he's actually had a bit of a cushion in a game.
One of them, 40.
Maybe it's just beginning to click together for the Belgian.
$59. 60. $135.
Well, he's been shopping around for trebles, but Tavis finally finding a couple there.
95.
Now has 6 darts in his hand to get his first leg since his opening game against Conor Heneghan.
60.
But again, a couple of darts dropping low. And that should be the perfect lie for Cedric, but unable to utilise it
100.
until the last.
154. $58. Cedric Car 106.
Mr. Dart at this in his previous game against Sam Spivey. It was the only dart he got a double in that particular contest.
46. Tavis Car 96.
Tavis to get on the board. Hasn't had a dart at a double yet.
Well, he's only had one dart at a double all day so far. Just showing how far he has been outscored here.
And that one dart
70,
was at double
60.
18 on the back of a 138 combination finish. It's just not happened for Tavis so far, but it's beginning to happen for Cedric Waegemans. 3-0 to the good. He's got the double break, and Tavis Dudeney is cutting a figure of frustration. He's tried and worked so hard for this opportunity, and I can imagine there's nothing worse than when you finally get that chance.
45.
It just doesn't happen on the stage.
And due to the nature of the defeats he's faced so
57.
far, 4-0 and 4-1, if he is to face another heavy defeat here, he could be pretty much out of the running here. 14 points is more than enough on
44.
most weeks. So he could still get through if he was to win his remaining 7 fixtures, but it'd have to be perfect because the legs difference would be a major problem, as well as the fact of no points after 3.
100. $134.
And again, that issue of dropping low
40.
is coming to the cause of Tavis Dudeney again. For the first time this
57.
week, Cedric will feel like he's got all the time in the world to finish off a match.
$30.
Just not happening, is it? There's a lot of expectation. We know how good he is. And that'll be frustrating for him because he would have wanted to come here, shown what he's capable of, and just continued with the form that he's been showing across 2024. He's just thrown in
32.
frustration.
Cedric Car 41.
It might be the last darts he gets to throw in this game.
Double 16.
33.
2 match darts are come and gone. Cedric, double
61.
4.
Cedric
To
Car
seal a
8.
4-0 success. A comprehensive win. Double 2.
4.
Doesn't go.
It's that luxury of time, isn't it, for Cedric Waegemans?
57. Cedric
Tavis
Car
just
4.
making no inroads here with the last 5 throws.
Awkward. Doubly awkward.
2.
He's in the
Cedric
madhouse.
Car 124.
Well, you got to remember, Cedric Waegemans hasn't had that winning feeling that often this week. He's not been in positions to win games, and this would be a moment of digging deep and showing some class.
Oh, could he? He's only had one dart at double all day, and that was for 138 check, and he took it. but he's not going to take out the 1-2-4.
Cedric R2.
However, Cedric would have seen Tavis is getting closer. It'll feel like this has to go now. And it does go. It's a 4-0 win. And that is relief for Cedric Waegemans, who's finally picked up a W. Tavis Dudeney defeated. Haines Johnson next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 9 games down in this Group C session. This is how the table looks going into the final couple of rounds of matches. Sam Spivey, he's the man at the top of the table. 3 wins and 3. Some really good performances from the Yorkshireman thus far. Conor Heneghan won his first 2, but lost to Johnny Haines, who has won 2 on the spin. Cedric Waegemans and Darren Johnson have all got a win apiece. Tavis Dudeney is bottom of the pile. Next up, Haines against Johnson. 2 experienced campaigners, 2 senior players going toe-to-toe in this particular matchup. Darren Johnson got off to a decent start, 1-4-3 against Cedric Waegemans, but since then has lost to Conor Heneghan and Sam Spivey. Played well in that game against Sam, averaged in excess of 91, had a 1-6-4 finish in there, but he was kind of beaten by the class and quality of his fellow Yorkshireman. Well, these two have had a meeting at the UK Open in the past, back in March 2017. It was a game that was won by Johnny by 6 legs to 3.
$58.
That would have been when Johnny was Riley's amateur qualifier, when Darren Johnson was playing on the tour at that particular moment in time.
140.
2 players that do like to play the open circuits as well, so I'm sure I've run into each other on many occasions.
96.
That would have been played more under chalkboard and whiteboard pen rather than the more traditional tablets that gives us all the data and head-to-head clashes.
140.
Yeah, this is very much an old
66.
school.
General car 121.
Feel to this game. Haines leaving himself for the finish after 9, unable to take out the 1-2-1.
35.
But he's going to leave himself an 86. Johnson all the way back on 2-8-1.
$41. Johnny Walker 86.
Double 16 to take leg 1,
17.
unable to find, but he's got the luxury of time as JH. It's not really one of those names where you'd bring down the initials, would you, JH?
100.
Not like
Johnny Walker,
DJ.
16.
Any which way,
Haines on the
Haines is
first
one
leg,
up.
Johnny Haines. Second leg, Darren to throw first. Game on. $96.
Nine games in, Matt. What would be your overall
100.
assessment of this session so far?
Can anyone catch Sam Spivey? That's the story so far. And his stats have been incredible throughout the day as well.
180.
This group has been everything we expected. Tight, contested games, all coming down to an individual moment of brilliance.
43.
Johnny Haines up in a qualifying position going into this game.
82.
But I think we're going to see lots of twists and turns. Certainly across tomorrow as we get closer to finding out the next two players that will be going through this Saturday
43.
and joining
Daniel Carr,
Andy Davidson, who's
143.
already got his ticket.
1-4-3 is going to go, but Johnson has got time on his side to level this match up at 1 apiece. Only had a couple of 4-3 games today,
60.
and these two players have been involved in 1 apiece. And both won a last leg decider apiece. Johnson beating Cedric 4-3. Johnny's beaten Conor Heneghan in 7 today. Although, in both
81.
cases, they're two games that
Daniel
shouldn't
Carr,
have gone to
83.
a last leg decider. The scoring today has been fairly good for Darren Johnson, but it's been this part of the leg where things have gone
43.
wrong. He's left himself on tops, but so far today,
58. Daniel Carr 40.
he's had 34 attempts at a double and taken just 6.
Game shot on the
He
second
finds
leg,
that one.
Darren
He
Johnson.
levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on. $58. $140. $140.
Just moving through the gears here, Darren
180.
Johnson. He's been here many times before at the Super Series. He knows the equations. He'll know that this is the point where you need to make a move in regards to the table.
138.
Especially when you're taking on a player who's been so good at the start of the day here. Johnny Haines already got 2 wins on the board. It does start to shape, and this is the point where...
22.
Oh, no. Hold that for a second, because Darren Johnson's slip there means he's on a non-finish. He was looking good in a position to break the throw of Johnny Haines, but that's a major slip.
55.
Johnny Haines has been given an early Christmas present. He's looking to step in. Although this is less Tinsel Town and more Tungsten Town here at the Live
97.
Lounge.
Johnny O'Carr, 110.
Haynes looking at 110 to re-establish his lead. And if he doesn't take this out, Johnson's lurking for the break. Decided to go bullseye for
59.
tops.
Johnny O'Carr, 62. Getting shot on the third leg, Darren
Johnson takes and Johnson breaks it. He leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, Darren to through first. Game on.
A win here for DJ would do his compatriot from Yorkshire a whole host of favours, because it gives Spivey the opportunity. He takes on Tavis later on this round of fixtures. Okay, Conor can keep close
54.
order, but it means that he can open up a gap between himself and third. And ultimately, that's the gap you need to open up. Win the group, great, but you've got to make sure you're in the top two come the end of proceedings.
140.
And Darren could do him a massive favour in ensuring that there is that little bit of leeway come the end of today.
100. $100. 100. 28.
Just losing the line, isn't he, a little bit here, Johnny Haines? And again, goes back to blowing on his hand.
58.
This was something that was a bit of a problem for him earlier on in the week, wasn't it, in his Group A campaign? Just trying to get some heat.
137.
Haynes leaving himself on 96 to level this contest up
59.
at 2-2.
Johnny
Doing
O'Carr,
so after
96.
12 darts. 76 left. That's a perfect lie. That's why he stayed there, as opposed to the option
56.
of
Johnny O'Carr,
double-double. He's left
130.
himself on tops to break the throw level up at 2-2. And he is going to get a look at it. Johnson unable to take out the 130.
94. Johnny O'Carr, 40.
Key passion in play. Haines free in hand to level up. If he doesn't take, Johnson could be a leg away. Big dart. Big
30.
miss potentially.
O'Carr, 36.
Johnson back for 3-1. 3 in his hand at double 18. Double 9 now. 3-1 Darren Johnson. And he knows how significant that passage of play could be. Johnny Haines missing 3 darts to square up at 2-2. And Darren Johnson has paid.
125. 85. 100.
'Oh, again for Darren Johnson. That happened in his first game. It
40.
happened in his second game. He actually had 3 darts. All hit the treble 20 segment, but came away with 60 points. And I think because it was so evidently
100.
hitting the treble 20 as well, that's where you get the frustration. If it just bounces out and you can't see where it is. But that almost felt in slow motion.
39. 100.
Haines leaving himself on a 2-darter after 12 to bring this game back to 3-2. And it looks like he's got a bit of a free run at it here. 56 left. Tops left.
56.
He's going to have to come back, but one thing he does have in this leg is a lot of time on his side. Johnson's not made an imprint at all, and even that time doesn't leave him within finishing range, and so double 10 to bring it back to 3-2. He'll split 2 double 4.
Game show
and
fifth
back
leg,
we
Johnny
go
Haynes.
to 3-2. And Johnson here has the darts to see this game out.
6 leg Darren to throw first. Game on.
Desperately trying to get some feeling in the hand, Johnny Haynes. Desperately needs to break the throw with Darren Johnson,
50.
who's just made things a little bit easier for him.
$121.
It's a game that we may even see on the Seniors Tour next year. Both players of qualifying age and stature.
115.
Well, Johnny confirmed to me on Tuesday if he doesn't qualify, he's going to be playing the Seniors qualifier for the ADC Global Championship
95.
in Stoke. We don't have enough darts played in Stoke, I don't think, considering the magnitude of that particular part of the world in terms of the growth and evolution of the sport. Famously, the World Championships used to be held in
85.
Stoke-on-Trent at the Jollies Club in the Potteries. Eric Bristow was the last ever winner of that particular World Championship at that
81.
particular venue in 1985, before he then moved to the Lakeside, where Darren Johnson's going to be playing in a couple of weeks' time. And he could well be picking up a win here,
60.
because Johnny Haynes has just slowed somewhat, and Johnson's looking at 115 to win it. And he could do it in 3. So he had a 164 today, but he's not going to win this game with a 115.
140.
Big ask for Haines, but it's a combination he would favour for his love for tops. Surprised to see him not go tops there.
His second win of the day, double 10. It's found for
Game
Darren
show
Johnson,
match,
and he
Darren
gets the
Johnson.
better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2. And for Johnny, all the inroads he was beginning to make is just quickly come and gone. Johnson winning that particular encounter. Not a classic, but he'll take the points nonetheless. Cedric Waegemans and Conor Heneghan comes next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scapey. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darren Johnson got the better of Johnny Haines by 4 legs to 2, sealing his second win of the day. Our 11th match sees Conor Heneghan and Cedric Waegemans go toe-to-toe. For Conor, he won his first 2 games. He was imperious in those first 2 wins, dropping just a solitary leg in doing so. But Cedric picked up his first win last time out, and Conor picked up his first defeat in the 3rd round worth of matches. And then the head-to-head between the pair, it's Cedric that has the better of it, leading 2-1 over the course of the week. Heneghan won the meeting on Monday by 4 legs to 2, but then 2 4-3 victories for Cedric over the last couple of days means that in their personal battles, he has just about got the ascendancy of the 2.
60.
But this is a different version of Conor Heneghan.
$121.
I was really impressed with Cedric Waegemans in that last performance. Yes, he wasn't hit back too much by Tavis Dudeney, but I don't think the average fully reflects it due to how long it took him to get over the line in the final leg, missing quite a few doubles. But the scoring phase certainly was very good, as it is here as well. Just 9 darts thrown to leave a realistic finish.
Decided to stay for one of 2 reasons. A, the first dart was a good lie, and B, Conor's not on a finish. Cedric's found something here, as you rightly mentioned.
Cedric 40.
Definitely an increased level of performance. And the only reason his average was so low is because he missed so many darts that are double to finish off Tavis Dudeney. The first 3 legs are fairly good. However, he's missed 3 to win this opening leg, and Heneghan could pinch his pocket here.
But that's the dart that's been causing him the problems, isn't it? That wayward dart into the 5.
Game shown the first leg, Cedric Waegemans.
Waegemans completely outscoring his opponent. He gave him a bit of a luxury at the back end of the leg.
Game on.
But this just shows how tight this group is looking to be, because Waegemans, who going into his last game hadn't picked up a win in this group, in the live in-play table is in a
96
joint qualification position.
Well, it's a possibility where you could have one man at the top of the table that could run away with it, and one man at the bottom of the table that could be completely out of it, and everybody in the middle portion of this Group C table scramble for one potential spot. Sam Spivey takes on Tavis Dudeney in the next game. If Cedric wins this, there's a possibility Sam could be on 8, 4 players be on 4, and Tavis be at the bottom without a point to his name.
100. $45.
Reminder, this is the first of 2 sessions that we're bringing to you here at the Super Series on this Thursday. We'll be back from 10 o'clock this evening for the beginning of Group B. Chaz Barstow, James Wilson, Derek Coulson, Marina McCulls and Jim Long all in action. Heneghan look at the 153. Dart 2 goes a begging, so Waegemans has an opportunity
93.
to get the break and
Cedric
move
120.
2-0 to the goods here. Couldn't work away around Dart 1, and so Heneghan should get 2 at tops to square this
60.
game at 1 apiece.
Conor 60.
And 2 at tops is what he's going to get.
20. Cedric
He's unable
60.
to find. And so Waegemans for the break and a 2-0 lead. Looking for the combo that Conor's just missed.
Getting shot in the
But
second
he makes
leg,
no
Cedric
mistake.
Waegemans.
There's a potential he could win back-to-back games
Third leg,
4-0
Cedric
here.
to throw first. Game on.
And if he does, he'd move up to second because
60.
him and Conor would effectively trade places in terms of legs difference.
$57. $60. $180.
First max of the game belongs to Conor Heneghan.
92.
Now that's not a bad dart, that's a bad deflection. Caught the flight on the way in and it's just skewed off into the 12s.
140.
Does have a very, very rigid system, doesn't he? Very thick material at the back end of the dart there for
99.
Waegemans.
Conor 124.
Just promotes a few extra of those violent deflections.
Heneghan 6 on 1, 2, 4
92.
to pull a leg back on the board. Once again, leaving himself a double after 12. This time looking at double 16.
81. Conor 32.
Oh, that's tricky. The way his darts sit, he's just blocked up the majority of this bed. He's going to have to just shuffle across, you feel, here, or go low.
No score. Cedric 109.
No way through there for Conor Heneghan. Tried to power through the darts, but he will be back. Wayward dart there for Cedric Waegemans means it's just set up play and
69.
Heneghan a chance to break the
32.
throat. One of the two of which he would need.
Small portion of the bottom corner to find.
No score. Cedric
He was on line,
40.
but he just couldn't quite clip it the other side of the barrel, and this is for 3-0.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Cedric Waegemans is one leg away from back-to-back 4-0 wins. And what was a good start for Conor Heneghan is turning disastrous here. He'd won his first 2 games with the concession of a
45.
solitary leg. And there's a possibility from that point he could lose 2 out of 2 and get drubbed to 0 here by Cedric.
60.
Who would move into a provisional qualifying position if he did win this leg. And if the truth be told, we didn't
44.
think that that potentially was a scenario at the start of the day. The bookmakers didn't think so. He was 18-1. But you have to give credit where
100.
credit's due. He has really upped his game. He's really found something, and he's really showing it to the rest of the field here. And he's a leg away from picking up a
58.
third win in 4 this week against Conor Heneghan.
$78. $134.
Has a look across.
87.
Well, he did the right thing, but he didn't get the right play. And so Heneghan 6 starts from here to get his first leg on the board.
45.
Bit of frustration there for Heneghan. Who's had a week of frustration, maybe thought he left it behind him in
60.
match 1 and 2. Certainly the first game, 103 average. Well, he's a long, long way away from that right now. That drift to the 5s is starting to rear its head again for Conor Heneghan.
45. Cedric 116.
It's almost as if as he's playing the players he's played in Group A, his form's going back to that particular type. It's tops of the match.
96.
For
Conor
Cedric Waegemans.
130.
He's had an opportunity to win it. Has Conor got a chance to save it here? No is the answer.
58. Cedric
This
20.
is for back-to-back 4-0 wins for Cedric Waegemans. Double 5 is the target now.
15.
Conor Heneghan
Conor
picked up his case. He
72.
thought this game was over, but he's got one last chance to save it.
Low. That has been the pattern of play here for Conor Heneghan. A poor effort there at the
63.
double. It's got to be said, and Cedric Waegemans now a chance to mop it up.
It's double 2. Doesn't go.
3.
This is exactly what happened with Cedric Waegemans in his last game. He was playing so well, looking good, until the moment the match-winning dart came.
Well, Conor's just having
Conor
a chat with
8.
Paul Hinks about something. The scoreboard in the arena is correct. He does want double 4. He goes for double 4 and gets
Change
double
on the
4.
fourth
All's
leg,
well but
Conor
ends well.
Heneghan.
Back to 3-1. Cedric with the darts of the match. But could that
Fifth leg,
possibly
Cedric
be
to throw
indicative,
first, game
Matt,
on.
of Conor Heneghan maybe not being at one with himself?
Oh, absolutely.
$140.
Just managed to extend the game though here, Conor Heneghan, but he's going to have to up the levels, you feel.
41.
But he does have that little bit in the pocket in the fact that Waegemans has struggled when the winning line has come into sight. He's
60.
stumbled. Can he limp across?
Well, it took him a number of opportunities to win his game against Tavis Dudeney. Luckily for him, Tavis had
58.
nothing by way of response, but you sense it's a different story and a different picture against Conor Heneghan.
Well, you'd think that. However, Heneghan finding nothing here.
60.
Even finding 100 points from his first 6.
I reckon if you categorise the top 10 lowest averages in Super Series history, I reckon about 70% of them,
140.
in terms of Conor Heneghan's time here, has come this week.
Certainly his lowest one hasn't it, down there on the stage. That coming
58.
in his Group A campaign. Game number 2 on Tuesday morning.
$58.
Waegemans 6 darts on 183 to complete this game 4-1.
58.
Not making tangible headroom. Opportunity for Heneghan with a couple of trebles here to really force the issue.
$46. Cedric 125.
Waegemans another opportunity to get the job done. It's going to purely be a setup play now. Heneghan very frustrated at the back of the
85.
stage.
Conor 158.
The long shot, but it's a shot. It's an opportunity. It's a chance to save it. And that's a perfect dart.
Double 19.
120.
Would have been the ultimate Hail Mary
Cedric
for Conor
40.
Heneghan. But this could be the game right here, right now. Waegemans looking at tops to finally see off Conor Heneghan. Conor's hopeful in the background, and his
30.
hopes will spring
Conor
eternal
38.
again. Because Cedric has missed another free to put him away.
History is repeating itself for Waegemans.
Double 8.
22. Cedric 10.
Conor Heneghan is not a happy man. He may have to shake the hand of Cedric Waegemans, defeated.
6.
But it's more
16.
mismatched darts for Cedric Waegemans. Well, Conor Heneghan may have just used his get out of jail free card there.
I think he used that in the last leg.
6-leg Conor to throw
He
first.
must have had a couple to his name. He must have been pulling quite a few community chests.
Back to 3-2 and back on throw. And Heneghan is just beginning to build again.
140.
But I think the big issue Conor's got is he might be building his way back into the match, but he's beginning to really boil up inside.
140.
Well, it will be frustrating because what he'll be doing, he'll be getting back into the game, but he won't feel like he's getting back into the game. He'll feel like he's being given a passage back into the game rather than one he's carved himself. And with that, that lacks positivity.
45.
There's not been anything positive about the back end of legs here from Cedric Waegemans since the point he went 3-0 up. Just cannot cross the line against Conor Heneghan. And if he does cross the line against Heneghan, he puts himself back into contention of qualification.
But you say if he crosses the finishing line now, it would be more relief than belief, though, inside his mind.
40.
100%. Maybe feels that the chance has passed him by. It may have in this leg. It may be going all the way. Something
96.
we didn't expect to be saying.
Well, this present moment in time, Conor Heneghan is favourite to send us to leg 7.
60.
If we do go all the way, Cedric Waegemans will have the advantage of throw, but the way that this is unfolding, that won't feel too positive for him.
90.
Getting a little bit desperate now.
Game that is slipping from his grasp.
85. Conor 60.
We could have been midway through the next match by now if Cedric had put Conor away. But you have to also give credit to Heneghan for sticking with the task.
Game
and he's going to take us the distance. From 3 down to 3-3.
7 and final leg, Cedric to throw first. Game on.
And now we ask the question of that man, Cedric Waegemans.
$96. $58.
Is he just beginning to tighten up a little bit here, Cedric?
81.
He has been for the last 10 minutes, I think, from the point of being 3-0 up.
$140.
He mentioned that maybe he won't get away with it the same way he did against Tavis, against an operator like Heneghan. He's going to have to find a touch of quality now.
140.
Heneghan sensing the opportunity.
95.
An opportunity he thought maybe he gave away. But a vital one for his chances of qualification. A chance to move on to 6 points here for Conor Heneghan.
140.
But he's going to need to see more missed darts at a double.
This would be to eventually see off Conor Heneghan.
44.
He has had chance after chance to finish him off and hasn't. Double 16 to eventually depose of him.
28. Conor 164.
To do it in the most dramatic style. He was 3-0 down.
Another. Oh, would have left the ball.
124. Cedric
And when that first dart hit, Cedric would have expected the second to have gone. But eventually he finds that match-winning double. Conor Heneghan looks gut-wrenched. He was 3-0 down. He got himself back into it for him to then only go and lose it. Waegemans wins 4-3. That is how. And after the break, we're going to see Sam Spivey up against Tavis Dudeney. Hello, welcome back. You're watching the Modus Super Series, and before the break, we watched a meeting between Cedric Waegemans and Conor Heneghan, which Cedric won by 4-3. He was 3-0 up, missed a load of match starts, and eventually won in the last leg decider. Game 12 sees Sam Spivey and Tavis Dudeney go toe-to-toe. Two players in their debut days here at the Live Lounge, and it's fair to say that they're enjoying completely contrasting fates. Sam Spivey can go 4 wins from 4 if he wins this match. Tavis Dudeney with a defeat will be 4 losses from 4. And he'll be at a loss as far as the league table is concerned. But for Sam Spivey, a victory here would move him 4 points clear of everybody else in the league table. And already,
Sam to throw first. Game on.
No matter what happens in the final round's play, is in an excellent suit to progress through.
$95.
Well, there's not been much going right today for Tavis Dudeney so far. He's only managed 2 darts at a double across his 3 matches. Scoring power's not been there, and he's going to have to raise that against Sam Spivey, who's had the complete package so far, an average of 90, 95 and 100 across his 3 games. But I think the more impressive thing on
60.
debut here is the checkouts for Sam Spivey. He has been successful with 12 hits from just 26 darts. Now, I know
47.
In the darting world, most people now understand percentages better than hit ratios. That is 46.15%
49.
for Sam Spivey. That is elite. That is world class.
I'm really intrigued to see how the bookmakers place Sam. Look, it's going to be favoured to win this group tomorrow, but I mean, looking ahead to Saturday night, he was 20-1 with the bookies at the beginning of play today to win this week. I think he's going to come in by half coming into tomorrow.
At least.
121. $140.
Such a fluency about the Spivey throw, repetition being its key strength. He's left himself on a 2-darter to take out the opening leg. You already feel like for Tavis, it's a case of just trying to regroup himself, and maybe tomorrow just being a different day for him. If he can pick up a couple of wins towards the end of the session, he may just give himself an outside squeak.
20.
Sam Spivey's missed a couple on the wire to take out leg one, but Tavis not in finishing range.
$57. Samlikar 40.
Double 10.
Game shown the first leg, Sam Spivey. Second leg, Tavis to throw first. Game on.
The ADC has unearthed many
43.
talents for us here at the Super Series, and I know it's only day one for Sam Spivey here, but you get the feeling that we're watching another emerging talent before our eyes.
58.
Put it this way, I think he's a player that we're not going to see the last of in this building, no matter what happens this week.
Well, if he gets the job done here, he'll be in a very good position to be extending his stay here this week and staying here till Saturday for his first experience of a finals night. A story very similar that was followed by last week's winner, David Davies.
60.
A story that was very similar to the first name that is into Saturday night this week in Andy Davidson.
To me, Sam is the type of... And it's difficult, and I might sound like a hypocrite for saying what I'm about to say, but he's the type of player that if he played in a Group A, I'd love to see how he'd develop over the course of a 5-day campaign.
60.
I think the issue you've got now is there's such a strength in depth here at the Super Series that the only way you're really going to get in a Group A is A, win an ADC qualifier that gets you into a Group A, or you've won something tangible very, very recently.
97.
I wouldn't mind just getting to the days where you have to qualify to play in Group A. And what I mean by that is you have
95.
a set criteria. So, win a challenge tour, you get an automatic invitation. Win a dev tour, you get an automatic invitation, or something like that.
$100. $58. Tavis for a car, 140.
I suppose the hard thing for Sam Spivey here is he's playing a player that the viewers, the table, ourselves for the first time that are getting to cast our eye over Tavis and not seeing his quality that we know he's got. But Sam will know the quality that Tavis has got. He'd have been
60.
up against it many times.
8.
And how many times before have we seen a player like Tavis who's done so well on the floor and it just doesn't quite correspond on the big stage for the first time?
Well, it's not like he's got a lot of stage experience, is it? It's not like he's one of the players who's played on the tour, or a player who's
110.
played in World Championships. This is all a big step up for Tavis. We know he's capable of so much more than he has shown so far.
90. Tavis for a car, 8.
Well, we saw glimpses of it in that game against Conor. The only problem he had is he was facing a man averaging 103. And I just think maybe that heavy artillery just knocked the stuffing out of him a little bit too. And now it's double 2.
Four. Samuel Carr 20.
Rare darts at a double for Tavis today. He's not able to find them, and Sam Spivey says thank you very much.
Sam Spivey.
Just cruising at the top of the table.
Third leg Sam to through first.
He's making it look easy here in this Group C campaign.
Game on.
One man who's having a debut day of dreams and one man who's having a debut day of nightmares. The contrast couldn't be any bigger between this pair.
100.
That's more like it. That's a great first dart.
81.
But the problem is he's sifting further away with dart 2 and dart 3.
$60.
Imagine for Tavis tomorrow's going to be a case of a clean slate. If you are Tavis and you are around him overnight, what do you say to him? How do you best pick him up to give himself the best possible headspace for tomorrow?
180.
He would have gone through experiences like this. You don't reach this level without having to go through these sort of experiences before, and you don't go further without having to have the setbacks. That's all it is. Just a setback day. He's on an upwards progression in regards to his career, in regards to his hopes and prospects. I'm sure we'll see more from him tomorrow. I'm sure we'll see more from him here at the Super Series. To some people, they take to this sort of experience really well. To others, it just takes a little bit of time to be able to transfer that performance across. And I'm sure we're going to get it at some point.
92. Samuel Carr 118.
For a 3-0 lead. Well, that's awkward because he has to find a way just above. And he's done so brilliantly. Double 19. Shovels across again. And finds the double 19. He fires home the 118. And he may have Tavis Dudeney's number here.
That was so good from Sam Spivey. Not just because he's hit it, but because that first dart, he completely lost the grip of the dart in the hand. You saw the angle of it, and that's because the angle changed in the hand when he drew the dart back. It's as if he didn't grip the dart correctly. And as which the dart nosedived, you have to work around it. He had to throw with
59.
that moment of, I've just had that misgrip. He'd have felt it as well, and to have the composure there, just absolutely fantastic there from Sam Spivey.
26. $59.
We're definitely seeing a different side of Sam in this game. He's not playing anywhere near his best, but
43.
Even though his opponent isn't firing much back at him, he's still finding a way of just doing what he needs to do. And the other thing is, he knows he's not playing to the best of his ability, but he's not letting that show to his opponent either.
$100.
Looking to fill it up.
180.
Second maximum of the game, both gone the way of Sam Spivey. And that is a time where he's just asserted himself again on this game.
81.
Oh, and a loose start from Tavis means that Sam Spivey now, after that big key exchange, has got 6 starts to wrap up the 107.
35.
But because of that bounce out, he now may only get 1 dart and a double to seal this 4-zip. And this is where the errant last dart could come back to cost Tavis.
26.
It's going wrong for Tavis.
72.
This for the match and for a 4-0 win. 48 left. Take your pick. He has been a tops and tens man today. And that's his target of choice again.
32.
But that is high.
Tavis Yakar, 148.
It was a long way off, but look where Tavis is here. 148, a long way off here from being able to close out the leg and hold on to his throw. He's not going to be able to do so. Sam will be back for what appears to be his favourite combination of doubles.
For a fourth win, double top.
No score.
Doesn't
Tavis
go.
Yakar,
He allows
90.
Tavis the opportunity. He has had 6 at a double in this game, Tavis. In fact, he's had more darts in this game at a double than he has done in his previous 3 games combined. Now that's a useful guide for dart 2 for the treble. And he's found the treble there. Now he has a dart at double 5.
Game
Fair
shown on the
play.
fourth leg. Tavis Dudeney.
Fair play to Tavis Dudeney there.
Fifth leg,
Because
Sam to through
everything
first.
has
Game on.
transpired against him for so long. But the powers of recovery, when he had 1 dart left to save the match, to take out the double 5, you've got to give him a lot of credit.
60.
Rare miss, rare slip from Sam Spivey.
59.
And maybe now we're going to get to learn something else about Sam. We've seen everything going right, we've seen everything going well, but how does he bounce back from a little bit of adversity? Well, he bounces back strong.
$58.
Now looking to finish this game off once and for all.
140.
140 leaves himself on a finish after 9.
$134. Sam Yakar, 161.
6 darts for the match for Sam Spivey to round off his 4th consecutive win here.
99.
He's himself on 62. Tavis got 1 more game against Darren Johnson to try and claw something out of Thursday.
60.
It's not quite
Sam
happened
Yakar,
for him.
62.
For this to seal success. It's 1 dart at double top.
42.
But he is going to come back for double 10.
$40. Sam Yakar, 20.
To eventually see off Tavis Dudeney. Double 10. 2 4s. Double 2. And finally, Sam Spivey picks up the 2 points. A 4th consecutive win for the Yorkshireman. It's a dream debut for him. And he's 1 game away against Conor Heneghan for completing the cards. This the tail of the tape. Spivey winning by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Cedric Waegemans against Johnny Haines.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the 1.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What are you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to begin the final round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. But before that, let's have a roundup of what we've already seen today. Those are the results from our 12 matches so far in this session. And in the previous round, we saw wins for Sam Spivey, Cedric Waegemans and Darren Johnson. And this is what it does to the table. Sam Spivey leads the way, 8 points to his name. He's one match away from completing the card. 4 players on 4 points, and then Tavis Dudeney down at the bottom of the table. Right, let's get into the final round of fixtures, shall we? And it kicks off with a meeting between Cedric Waegemans and Johnny Haines. And you could make an argument potentially here that going into this game, Cedric is the form horse, having won each of his last couple of games. Whereas Johnny has had an indifferent start, decent middle, but an indifferent last game. Be interesting to see how he gets on in this one.
Well, statistically and performance-wise, although Waegemans has picked up the last couple of victories, Johnny Haines has been playing the better of the two.
First leg, Cedric to throw first. Game on.
But the scoring phase, the front 9, the first few legs for Cedric is where he's been playing his best stuff. The problem has come when the finishing lines come into sight. And he very nearly threw it away, didn't he, in the last game? But the strength continues to be that. Starting games well now, Cedric.
140. $78.
That there is why this game's so tricky. First throw a 180, second throw all in the same sort of area, just a little wide, and you get 78. We call that the large 180 when you hit one of each of the 3 trebles.
83.
Waegemans first to finish at this opening leg, leaving himself on 160 after 9.
80.
Oh, Haines should have been on one against the throw, but that bounce out there denied him the opportunity. So 6 of the opening leg for Cedric. May only need the 3. He's unable to find the second treble there, which would have given him a dart at tops.
$96.
And so Waegemans
100. Cedric 64.
has another poke to take out leg 1. 2 8s. Now double 4.
56. Johnny O'Carr 121.
Bullseye to salvage this first leg. And it would have been for a breaker throw as well.
Cedric O'Carr 8. $4. Johnny O'Carr, 43.
Well, the problems have come from Waegemans on the doubles, normally at the back end of games.
Getting shown the
Come at
first
the
leg,
early
Johnny
part here, and
Haines.
Johnny Haines has punished him. He doesn't look too happy about it. That'll be due to his
Second
own
leg, Johnny, the
performance. I
first
guarantee he'll be
game on.
delighted with the fact, though, that he's broken the throw here. Because Cedric Waegemans, as we've just seen in the league table, is playing himself into contention.
100.
Yeah, because at the beginning of this game, we have 4 players on 4 points, and Cedric's legs difference prior to this match getting underway was at 0.
85.
He was really in the mix. In fact, both players were level on both metrics. Haines was on 4 points, 0 legs difference. Both won the same amount of legs today. This was as
140.
evenly matched an encounter as you could have possibly got if you were to base results anyway. But in terms of the personal
76.
head-to-head this week, Johnny Haines has won all 3 games and won all 3 games heavily. 4-1, 4-2, 4-1. The margins of the
81.
scoreline between the pair so far this week.
$94.
This is the first game for the final round of fixtures. 2 more matches after this one. Tavis Dudeney against
100.
Darren Johnson. Conor Heneghan against Sad Spivey. And then we will reconvene at 10 o'clock.
96. Johnny
Haines here
O'Carr,
looking as if
80.
he's going to race into a 2-0 lead. Double 10, 14 data potentially. Has a glance over at Cedric's score. Goes for the
70.
double 5.
Cedric O'Carr, 150.
Really felt forced into that, didn't he, Johnny Haines? We know he's a splitter. But will he be a hitter when he returns back to the board?
80. Johnny O'Carr, 10.
Well, we know what he's going to do here. 2 double 4 will be the planned attack. Double 4 for Haines.
Getting shown the second
To open
leg,
up a
Johnny
2-0
Haines.
lead. Wins this game, he ends the day with 6 points.
Third
But
leg,
will
Cedric
he
to throw
feel,
first. Game on.
Johnny, as if potentially a couple of points were left out there today, even if he does win this fixture?
Well, the main thing is that he's in contention, and that's what he'll be happy with going into tomorrow.
40.
And to do that, he's just got to see this fixture out, of which he's now in a very strong position to do so.
100.
He won't care too much that he's the favourite or winning the group. His priority here will purely be get through to Saturday. Give yourself that opportunity.
100.
Well, that was a precarious ton if I've ever seen one.
140.
Just about stood in, didn't it, that last dart of that
60.
previous turn for Cedric. But Haines has taken the darts off the Dutchman here. Looking for the double break and a 3-0 lead in this contest. And if he can
100.
win this big, it'll really help his legs difference, because that's, in comparison to what Conor Heneghan has mustered today, is something he may need to draw
60.
back in
Johnny O'Carr, 161.
going into tomorrow's action. Does he? No.
121.
Not even a flickering thought about going for the ball there.
It's a sensible play from Johnny Haines. Knows the situation,
108,
knows what the points will
says
mean
Cedric
here,
40.
and sets himself up for his favourite.
Tots a 3-0 lead.
$20. Cedric O'Carr,
Clips
61.
off the barrel, it goes the wrong side. Cedric's missed 5 darts and a double in this game. He's going to get 2 more double 18. Now 1 left at double 9. That
Game
one
shown the
goes,
third
and we're
leg,
back
Cedric
to 2-1.
Waegemans.
Haines got the break. He has to cash it in here.
Fourth leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Johnny Haines was miles clear there till the maximum hit there from Cedric Waegemans. Real
83.
key moment, real key turning point in that leg. Just got that little bit of noise going, that little bit of a delay. We saw the checked run up there from Johnny Haines.
140.
He wasn't able to deliver. Look at the scoring now from Waegemans.
It's been his best day here. There's
100.
no doubt about that.
$46. $140. $121.
Well, there was barely a nose hair between this pair before Darren was thrown in this contest. But if Johnny Haines can win this and win this big, then there will be a sizable gap. Remember, this is the first game of both players' days tomorrow as well.
100. Johnny O'Carl, 40.
Double top.
Game shot
3-1, 13 darter.
Haines.
Really good performance from Johnny Haines. 96 average, 33% on the
Reflect
doubles,
Cedric to
13
first.
darter there.
Game on.
And he's a leg away from plucking Cedric apart.
$31. $60. $180.
Whole evening of action as well here at the Super Series. 10 o'clock on the
57.
Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And if you think this group's tight in regards to the play, I think we may be going up a level this evening.
140.
I think we're going to see a lot of 4-3s tonight.
100. Cedric Carr, 150. $64.
Well, Cedric has got an opportunity to bring it back to 3-2. Left himself an 86 after 12, but Haines looking to fill it up here.
140. Cedric Carr, 86.
Bullseye an option.
61.
Had to be the
Johnny
option with
O'Carl,
Johnny Haines on 144 for the match. We're going to go.
58. Cedric Carr, 25.
Waegemans 12% on the doubles.
$17. Johnny O'Carr, 86.
Not improving here. Match opportunity for Haines.
This to finish the day with 6 points on the board. A dart at the bull
61.
was not far away,
Cedric
but it's
Carr,
given
8.
Cedric 3 more here to bring it back to 3-2. Double 2. Has to shuffle across.
6.
And not too
Johnny
far
O'Carr,
away,
25.
but far away enough to give Johnny Haines 2 darts at the outer ring to win it. And those 2 darts are going to be a double 4.
21.
But he can't find,
Cedric
and
Carr,
Cedric
2.
finds himself in the madhouse, not for the first time today.
Game shot on the
finds
fifth leg, Cedric Waegemans.
Back to 3-2. Haines of the darts of the match.
6 leg Johnny to through first. Game on. $43. $45. $60. $180.
Maxi for Cedric.
$81.
And it looks like this game could well be going 4-3. In one direction or another, there is a possibility we've got a last leg decider amongst us here.
24.
But that slip has opened up the door of opportunity for Johnny Haines. If he can fire home something big, something massive.
139.
Two triple turn, leaves himself on the cusp of a finish.
$97.
Cedric down to a finish though.
$85. Cedric R.
Plenty of
155.
work to be done from 93 for Johnny Haines. Cedric Waegemans may fancy his chance here. May feel he's got another opportunity coming his way.
60. Johnny O'Carr, 93.
There's to finish it once and for all. Had opportunities in the previous leg to win the match. He should get one more here. He will do a double top.
53.
But he cannot
Cedric R.
find.
95.
3 from 13 on the doubles here, Johnny Haines. Cedric looking for the double-double, but it never quite worked out. And so this, to end the day with 6 points on the board. Johnny Haines finds tops, and he will end the day with 3 wins on 5. He will put himself right in the mix going into Friday's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A 4-2 win rounds off the day for Johnny Haines against Cedric Waegemans. And this is how he did so. 87 average, 4 from 14 on the doubles. Next up, Tavis, Dudeney and Darren Johnson. Penultimate game time in this afternoon session here at the Modus Super Series. And the cameras focus in on Darren Johnson and Tavis Dudeney, the bottom two in this Group C table, bringing their days to a close. And then we'll see 2 of the top 3 in Sam Spivey and Conor Heneghan round off their day in match number 50. Before the break, Johnny Haines ended his day with 6 points on the board. beating Cedric Waegemans by 4 legs to 2, averaging 87.71. 4 from 14 when it came to his doubles. It was a really good performance from the punk. Penultimate game, Johnson against Dudeney, and for Tavis, it's all about trying to find something that can at least allow him to go into tomorrow with something positive to think about.
Yeah, just going back very quickly to that Johnny Haines game, that was a vital win, that, because both players went into that on level points. 100. So big game there, and that'll be a big clash tomorrow, because if Johnny Haines can do the double over Cedric Waegemans, because that'll be his first match as we reverse the fixtures, that 90. Will give him a bit of a cushion over that opponent. But as you say, not being the day for Tavis Dudeney. We know how good he is. He's been doing some very good things 41. Out on the WDF circuit and on the PDC development tour, but just not been able to produce the goods here on this one individual day. But one individual 80. Day does not define your season. It does not define your career. And I'm sure we'll see better from Tavis in the very, very near future. If not, right now.
140.
I suppose there is a double-edged sword element to it, because I suppose at least he could play with a little bit more freedom now.
140.
In some sense, you just try and drag your best out to almost save that element of embarrassment to a certain extent.
See, that's one narrative that gets spun quite regularly, but I think it's the opposite. It's not a case of now going, oh, he can relax here because you're probably out of qualification opportunity now. It's the opposite. He's probably does feel a little bit embarrassed by the performance. He knows what he's capable of. He wants to show what he's capable of. And because it hasn't happened, ultimately, he's going to be seeking that even more. But I think Darren Johnson now has had a bounce out in every single game he has played today.
Sound like a broken record about DJ. Again, another low dart. Shovels across to try and persevere on the treble. Unable to find, and so Johnson looking at the big
41.
fish.
Darren, your car, 170.
He's already had the 164 today. But he's not going to add the biggest finish of the lot to the mix.
140.
However, he's going to leave it handy. He's forcing Tavis to take out this 79. But he is going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 11.
$57.
Well thrown darts, but 30. Unable to find its intended location.
There has been a weakness in the attack pattern here from Darren Johnson today. It has been the doubles, and it continues to be here. Tavis going straight to the table in regards to preparing himself for this visit. An opportunity now to get a rare leg on the board. He's only won 2 legs so far today. Double 4 to make it 3.
14. Daniel Carr, 30.
Cannot find, and he's been given opportunities now, is Tavis, but he's unable to take advantage of them. Johnson looking at double 15 and looking at a block double 15.
4.
Had to move across to the left, as you could see there.
Daniel Carr, 8.
Tavis has had 4 darts to win this leg already. He's got to get 3 more here.
Game show on the
And
first
that
leg,
time,
Tavis Dudeney.
it was hit with real conviction. Dudeney one up.
Second leg, Darren to throw first. Game on.
He thought he was throwing first as well. He thought that was a breaker throw for Tavis.
55.
This is Tavis's first time playing here, but it's not his first time in the building. He was here a few weeks ago for the WADC Championship Tour Final, supporting his good friend, Eleanor Cairns.
93.
Who lost out to Fallon Sherrick in the quarterfinals of that particular competition. Also
60.
good mates with Thomas Banks. Can see him in a few weeks' time at the ADC Global Championship.
60.
What would this mean to Tavis if he could win this last game?
81.
I think on the instant reaction, it would probably not do too much. I think it's in long-term reflection where it feels a little bit more positive.
98.
And that'll purely be down to the performances he's put in today, and he keeps saying he knows he's capable of so much more. And
58.
when you know you've got something and you're not producing it, ultimately that is the definition of frustration. There's been some promising signs at times from Tavis, and I would say one of the most positive signs right now is his resilience.
55.
It's a key quality to have. Could very easily implode. We've seen more experienced players when it's just not been their day. We've seen them implode to
99.
a very high degree. So good resilience here, and still trying to eke a bit more out. Still trying to fight and dig. Showing some good qualities.
57. Darren,
And they're personal qualities. They're the qualities you can't teach. They're the qualities you can't train for.
Well, usually you'd say in this scenario, Johnson may feel like he's got 6 wins, 148, but Tavis has already taken this finish out today.
59. Tavis
It's on his opening match against Conor
138.
Heneghan. He averaged 92 in that contest. So he has given us glimpses. He'll go 2 treble 17 to give himself a data double 18. Rinse and repeat. Oh,
Gains from the
brilliant.
second leg,
He's
Tavis
done it
Dudeney.
again. Tavis is the dude when it comes to the 138
Tavis
finish.
to throw first. Game on.
Twice he's hit it today. And he's 2-0 to the good. And he's got the break of Darren Johnson.
Could be spoiling the Darren Johnson party as well.
98.
Look at the pace now. Well, there's that fight that I was talking about. There's that aggression.
95.
Maybe this is what's been missing. A little bit of grit.
59. 60. 26. 30. 125.
Throwing him with more venom now and throwing him more accurately as a consequence. And he's on the cusp here of a 3-0 lead against Darren Johnson.
60. 131.
This is so much better from Tavis. So much more confident from Tavis too.
100. Tavis Yukar, 62.
Well, he looks like a player who believes he can win for the first time.
$22.
This leg, he's going to have to wait
Darren
another visit.
Yukar,
He's going to have to hope that
156.
Darren Johnson can't return that 2 treble combo. He's not going to be able to. And this is what I like about Tavis. Straight to the table from that miss. Starts the
31.
process.
Tavis Yukar, 40.
Clear Rocky, clear target.
Getting shot on the third leg. Tavis
Smack
Dudeney.
bang in the middle of the bed.
Fourth leg,
Dudeney free
Darren
up.
through first.
A
Game
leg
on.
away. Focusing his mind. Telling everybody this is a little bit more like it.
100.
Still not his A game, not near it, but this is far more positive for him.
You get the feeling if he does win this game, we may see a little bit of a reaction, part relief and part fire, part passion.
57.
That's one thing we can tell within the game and the mannerisms. Very, very passionate player.
125.
You get the sense that this is a win that will mean everything to Tavis Dudeney.
28. 60.
Although Johnson looks going to pull one back in this contest. Got a 200-point lead on the throw.
90.
Has missed 6 at a double in this contest. And in fairness to Tavis, the checkout combinations have been decent when he's had goals.
95.
With the outer ring.
$97. Darren 121.
I feel like if he just pick apart for a couple of visits, will Darren bodge more opportunities at a double?
81.
He's left himself on tops.
$41. Darren 40.
Pull a leg back. Double 10.
Getting shown the
3-1.
fourth leg, Darren Johnson.
Tavis has the darts here to win the match.
Fifth leg, Tavis
His
to
first win
Game on
the Super Series stage.
$83. 56. $59.
I suppose now comes the next challenge for Tavis. He's already won more legs in this game than he has across the entire
98.
day, but now comes the question, can he cross the finishing line when or if it presents itself? Well thrown darts with very
41.
little reward.
$23.
This is the penultimate match on the first session of the day. Back from 10 o'clock tonight for Group B. Not before we enjoy a good carvery, Matt.
73.
The most important part of the day.
$96.
The silence there is Matt trying to find an excuse to get out of it.
Oh, that's a beautiful last start that from Tavis. Sets it up beautifully. Shanghai on the 20s. Rounds it off well. And another
80.
bounce out for Darren Johnson. He's
Tavis
going to
Nicole,
feel like the world's
120.
against him. And it may be. Tavis Dudeney. He's just one treble for a dart at the double. And he's lost it on the first shot.
40. Darren 148.
Well, this would be some way to salvage the contest, but Johnson unable to take out the 148. So Dudeney back for 80.
94. Tavis
His first win on the Super Series stage. May just be a dart at tops. First things first, stay straight. Well, that's a bonus. 2 at double 10. Kisses the wire. Can he just clip it off the barrel and across? No
60.
is the
Darren
answer.
54.
He really took a bit of extra time over that, didn't he? Tavis just Broke his flow and his rhythm a little bit. But he'll be back. A handful of darts now
Tavis
to get his first win on the Super Series stage.
Double 10 for Tavis to end with a win. In it goes, and it's a win for Tavis Dudeney on the Super Series stage. He started well, the middle was rocky, but he ends with a win, and that will be relief more than anything else. He gets the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 1. He heads off stage with a win to his name. That's the tail of the tape. Coming up next, the final game of the session. Conor Heneghan and Sam Spivey.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman!
Back-to-back 9-darters! Hello, welcome back, and welcome to our last game of the afternoon between Sam Spivey and Conor Heneghan. Well, this is a big game at the top end of the league table. A win for Sam would see him complete the card on his debut day here at the Super Series. But if Conor Heneghan can win this match, well, everybody would still be in play. Even Tavis Dudeney, if he completed the card tour, would still have a glimmer. Spivey would be on 8. Haines and Heneghan would be on 6 each. Waegemans and Johnson would both be on 4. But if Spivey wins this, he has got a 4-point gap from Johnny Haines in second. But more importantly, would have a 6-point gap from Conor Heneghan in third position. Big, big game this. To round off our afternoon session here at the live lounging pause. With his Heneghan to get us underway. He won his first 2 games by conceding just 1 leg. He won his opening match with an average of 103. But the middle portion of the session hasn't quite corresponded for Heno. Back-to-back defeats means that he's in a position here where he may sense this is a must-win game.
95.
Well, I think the way in which Conor Heneghan's day has gone is also very contrasting, isn't it? He started off so well, putting in the first 100-plus average of the week so far.
140.
And then the last two performances have left a lot to be desired from Conor Heneghan.
$139.
But what a debut this could end up being for Sam Spivey.
100. Conor Carr 170.
The fish is not going to go for Conor Heneghan, and so Spivey will return for the
96.
136 to take out the opening leg. Another. Double 8. Would have been for a
128.
spectacular
Conor
start
Carr,
for Sam
74.
Spivey. Hino back for 74.
$54. Samuel Carr 8.
Double 4.
Getting shot on the first
13
leg. Sam
darter, break of
Spivey.
throws. Spivey leads by leg to nil.
Second leg Sam to throw first. Game
A
on.
win here for Sam Spivey would give him a 6-point cushion going into tomorrow in regards to a qualification place.
100.
6 points after the first 8. And there's only 10 points out there. That would put him in a really strong position. And with the players on 4 and below, you don't
30.
feel that they're going to be going through the card. So potentially a win would put him in a good position, and 2 wins tomorrow would seal the deal.
140.
He's doing it again where he feels like it's a game he has to raise his level. He's doing exactly that,
96.
Sam Spivey.
$91. $96. Samuel Carr 170.
Another. We'll never know whether he would have or whether he wouldn't have.
98. $121. Samuel Carr 72.
Double 12. 2-0
Bench on the second
Spivey.
leg, Sam
14
Spivey.
darter, 111 the average. He's making mincemeat
Third
of
leg
the
Conor
field
to
here at the
first.
Super
Game on.
Series.
46. $41. $135.
That the first max of the match for Sam Spivey.
$100. $55.
I think what I've liked about Conor Heneghan today is the bounce back ability.
58.
It's been a torrid week for him. And he bounced back well. He's then performed well at the start of the day. Then it's tailed off. He's bouncing back well.
130.
But bit of a miscount here from Conor Heneghan. He's just trying to work out what he's done. What he may have done is he may have just given his throw away, because the way Sam Spivey's playing, this 95 can go.
Samuel Carr 95.
Well, a miscount for Conor Heneghan is as rare as Haley's Comet. Free poke effectively for Spivey, but is unable to take. Heneghan in situ at 75 to
75.
reduce the gap back down to 2-1. One dart at double top.
55.
Doesn't go.
Samuel
And
Carr,
Spivey
40.
is back for the double break. Tops a 3-0. And he'd then have the darts to seal a whitewash win. He's been so good on this target.
20.
But not that time.
Conor Carr 20. No score.
Well,
Samuel Carr
Hino
20.
couldn't find the double 10, but you wouldn't expect Sam Spivey to miss 2 visits worth at this target. And he
Getting shot
won't.
on the third leg,
And he's
Sam
3-0 up,
Spivey.
and he's got the double break. He has the darts to seal a 4-0 win, which should
Fourth
see him
leg,
complete the
Sanders
card on
reversed.
his debut day here.
Game on.
There's going to be so much going through that man's mind overnight. Looked like he was cruising after a couple of games. If he ends on 4
80.
points, he'll feel like he's missed a major opportunity.
That was in the treble, that, for Sam Spivey.
46.
But Heneghan not able to take advantage of the bit of fortune coming his way.
177.
This impressive debut from Sam Spivey just continues to roll on. He's just steamroller in the field
99.
here in Group C. This does not have long left, and Conor Heneghan knows it. He throws his arms to the
140.
side, wondering, who is this guy? Who am I playing? I think we're all going to know come the end of the day the quality of Sam Spivey.
Well, Conor Heneghan began the day of 103, averaging a 4-1 win against Tavis
98.
Dudeney.
Samuel
Sam
Carr,
Spivey ending the
104.
day of an average of 103 against Conor Heneghan, and he could round it off with a tud topper. It'd be his third of the day. Double 4.
100.
But you sense it's an academic miss.
123.
Heneghan will be disappointed with the
Samuel
last
Carr,
day. Gives
4.
himself a round of applause. But all the plaudits will be going to Sam Spivey today.
2.
But he hasn't
Conor Carr,
completed the card just
135.
yet.
I think Conor Heneghan was off. I think he thought the job was done. Well, it may be. It might have just taken a little bit longer.
95. Samuel
But
Carr 2.
it's precarious in the madhouse. The average has dipped below a ton now for Sam. That'd be disappointing, but he'd be so happy to pick up 5 wins
Game
and
showing
5.
them out, Sam
And that's
Spivey.
exactly what he's done on his debut day. Sam Spivey, what a player. Remember the name. 5 games played, 5 wins, and 5 incredible performances. He has made his name on that Super Series stage. He was sparkling, spectacular. He was brilliant. Sam Spivey, top of the league, 5 wins and 5. He's beaten Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 0 in the final game of the afternoon session. Myself and Matt are going to talk about all the action. We're going to head next door to the studio after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our Thursday afternoon's worth of action has been completed. And it was a perfect day for Sam Spivey, picking up 5 wins from 5. He really has announced himself on the live lounge stage. And he has a 4-point lead at the top of the table going into tomorrow's action. A 6-point lead from Conor Heneghan and Cedric Vargas. Remember, the top 2 make it through. Johnny Haines is in second position overnight, and everybody is still in the mix. Matthew Edgar is alongside me here in the studio. And how good was Sam Spivey today?
I can't pick a fault. It was really good from start to finish. The very first game he went up there, he just looked so comfortable, so composed, so clinical on his finishing in the early part of the day, finding the big shots, finding things when it mattered and he needed it. There was not a weakness in the armoury today of Sam Spivey, and I'm not surprised that he's gone through the card.
So if there isn't a negative in your mind, what do you think the biggest positive has been for him today?
Take your pick. I've just sat and listed a massive row of them there, and I could sit here and just keep going about Sam Spivey. I would say if I had to pick one, it would be his composure. Composure was that of a seasoned professional up there, and this is him on debut. That's exciting when we look at where he could go in the future.
Johnny Haines in second position, 6 points to his name going into day 2. How do you think overall he's going to assess that? Because there's been some good performances, but maybe 1 or 2 performances which weren't quite there.
I think the only thing that he's going to care about right now is the league table, and the league table says he's in a qualifying position. If he stays in position 2 tomorrow, at the end of the day, he's going to be absolutely delighted, regardless of how the performance goes. He'd quite happily average 70 every game as long as he stays in that position 2. Not only is he in position 2, he's also got a couple of points advantage over third position as well. So he's actually just got his nose in front of the chasing pack. He's got a lot to do tomorrow still, but he's just in at the moment.
Number of players on 4 points in the group, including Darren Johnson. What will them 3 players make of today?
I don't think they're going to feel too happy about it. I think Darren Johnson will probably look around and think he's probably got the more quality than the players that he's in there with at the moment in that little mini battle in the middle of the table. Cedric Waegemans is going to be delighted. I think he's going to be delighted with how the day's gone. It started so slow for him. He was really struggling. 2 really good performances. Back end of the game, struggled to see them out. He's shown his hand today, I think, and that is when he gets in that winning position, the nerves do kick in. And I think he may struggle if he gets in a position tomorrow to qualify.
So that's the story of Group C. But remember, there's another session tonight from 10 o'clock. I just want to get your thoughts ahead of that, because that's 5 players, and you'd say there's hardly anything to separate them.
I'm really struggling to split the group tonight. I've had a look at it and I've tried to sort of work out on what we've seen. Moreno Michaels has put in some good performances so far this week. Jim Long's consistent. But when you look at the players coming in, there's some absolute quality going to be joining us this evening. Chaz Barstow's very regularly successful down there on that stage. He'll probably fancy his chances in there. And this is the sort of group he performs in when you come in and you know you need to produce.
Let's do it again in a couple of hours' time. Matt, thank you so much for your company this afternoon. Thank you for your company as well. We'll be back from 10 o'clock this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B gets underway. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, it was Spivey who was the man, and he's got everybody else tangled. Bye from us.